And with that uh, delightful American accent, we are recording the video. Just a reminder that this won't get broadcast anywhere else. We record it mainly so if you want to go back and have a look at your own pictures and then take a look at your feedback at a later date, that you can do so. Welcome back, everyone. Obviously, 2 weeks ago, we went through pictures at an excruciating granular level. And today, with the premise that a bunch of you would come back and pitch. We have this is normally who wants to jump on the grenade first gets to go first. The way this works is we time you for it's at 10 minutes. I give you a warning. At 15, it's a hard cutoff because if you've gone past 15 minutes, you've taken too long. It's just not something that's going to work for you out there in the real world. Um, After that, John and I will give you feedback around the composition of your pitch. I think the standard drill, John, is that we say that this is the worst pitch that you'll ever do.
Absolutely.
Um,
Come and do a terrible pitch. It's great. Don't worry. It
yeah.
doesn't leave this room.
So there's going to be a bunch of feedback, particularly those who are up the front typically get more feedback than later. That being said, though, for those who do their pitch later in the day, don't assume that the previous feedback doesn't apply to you. It's just that we keep saying the same things over and over.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and other than that, John, anything I've missed there?
No, look, that's about it. Yeah, it's like if you're sort of, the first few, as V said, we'll get more feedback just because there's like, oh, there's this new thing. But like honestly, look at the feedback that everybody gets because it probably applies to you. And the other thing, like look at the things that have gone well. Like if there's something that like, oh, that worked well, consider it for your deck. It's like this great opportunity for you to see a whole bunch of different pitches and see, yeah, I don't know, see what works, see what doesn't. So hopefully you're not too nervous because it's really fine. It's just amongst friends here. But I will be like, I don't sugarcoat it. I'll be pretty direct with you, and it's not to be insulting, but it's like we just haven't got time. You haven't got time to like fart around, right? You need the feedback of like, is this any good or not? And if not, why not? So cool.
Miranda, I just saw your message that you've got a meeting to go to. So if you want to go as one of the first few pitches, that's probably going to make it the easiest for everyone. And with that, who would like to go first?
Oh, look, Olivia is keen.
Olivier has jumped into the breach.
And Glenn
He's
was
been here
keen as well.
before. He doesn't quite have the frequent flyer card, but he's almost there. So, Olivier, if you'd like to unmute, and you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, let's make sure I get this right. All right, I still have, okay, cool. I now see the application. Perfect.
Same for you. Sorry, same for you, Isaac. If you want to, if you do have to leave early for whatever reason, please make sure that you jump in before you have to go. Give us plenty of notice. And if you do have to leave, if you can come back, please do, because obviously everyone wants to share their pictures, and if anyone has any comments or feedback as well. So with that, Olivier, I'm going to count you in. So I'll do a 3, 2, 1, and then start the timer. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Olivier Schroen. I'm the director of Big Adventure, and I'm here to pitch you Dream Team Supreme, a game where scientists team up to pilot a giant robot and rid the planet of a monster invasion. It's coming to Steam and Switch 2 near you, and obviously, if you're a scientist piloting a giant robot, you're going to want to wear a superhero suit. Those are the rules. Dream Team Supreme is a roguelike deck builder. In it, we've replaced traditional cards with cartridges that you plug into a sequence in order to program your giant robot, Super Supreme. You can play as 2-player online co-op, so in that scenario, John, you would select a scientist, and V, you would select a scientist. Both of you would build up your decks throughout the run, and you would be able to play your cartridges together to control your giant robot, Super Supreme. In solo, John would simply select both scientists, build up both decks throughout the run, and control the giant robot by playing cards from both decks, cartridges from both decks. Now, as a roguelike deck builder, each run is procedurally generated, which means that the monsters that you battle, the cartridges that you earn, and the random events that you encounter are different every run. And since the runs in Dream Team Supreme fit within your lunchtime, we're talking about short, meaningful gameplay sessions that are endlessly replayable. Let's see it in action. Thanks. So now, roguelike deck builders have been around for a few years, and the subgenre, has been growing for the last 5, 6 years. So we're happy to be standing on the shoulders of roguelike deck building giants. Many of the features that have become satisfiers in the genre are things that we've incorporated in our game to make it easy for players familiar with the genre to access Dream Team Supreme. Obviously, to stand out from the pile, we've got a fresh theme of giant robots versus kaiju in a Saturday morning cartoon style. We're sunny, we're bright, we're colorful. You can play the whole game in solo or in two-player online co-op. And mechanically, where roguelike deck builders really tend to shine, we've twisted it on its head in the way that we've replaced action points with a sequence that you program the giant robot with. You can obviously build and play 2 decks at the same time, and you have single-sided and dual-sided cartridges that you can put into the sequence and that do different things. So they act as differently shaped puzzle pieces for you to solve the monster battles. We've released a demo in November, and we've developed a little bit of traction. So far, it's got about 124 downloads. On average, players are doing 3.5 playthroughs, and the median session length is about 19 minutes. We've started some grassroots promotions and have 94 newsletter subscribers, 64 Discord members, 134 wish lists, and we are fortunate enough to display Dream Team Supreme at PAX Oz 2024, where we had about 115 players try out our demo. We're supported by Code with the Kickstarter grant, so thank you, Code. And before Dream Team Supreme, we managed to win 2 content development grants with NZ On Air, which we delivered on time and on budget. Here's what a few players had to say about Dream Team Supreme. I had the moment of let's go again. I know how this works. Level of strategy able to get into immediately was very chewy. It was engaging and fun, and she's grumpy that we made her stop. And the beat sequence feels unique. I haven't seen it done before. Like I mentioned before, all game modes in Dream Team Supreme can be played alone or in 2-player co-op. Your campaigns, your runs, your playthroughs are infinitely replayable because of the procedural generation and the fact that there are difficulty levels that you unlock, giving you additional challenges every time you want to go through. We also offer daily seeds, which allows all the players to use whatever tools they want to try and overcome the same set of obstacles. And we offer challenges, which gives players the tools to overcome whatever obstacles they face. So there's replayability and extenders for everyone. Dream Team Supreme is easy to port. We're already on Unity 6. Mouse, touch, and controller inputs are already implemented. And our multiplayer is peer-to-peer, where it's a code share to connect with a pal. Our target rating is E for everyone. We're inclusive, we're bright, we're colorful. And the target languages are English and simplified Chinese primarily. Roguelike deck builders tend to have about a 70 to 80% split between the 2 languages. And the rest of the reviews are typically French, German, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, and traditional Chinese. Dream Team Supreme is a premium game, and this is a small market comparison slide. So we're like Hellcard in the sunlight with a giant robot. We're like Cobalt Core with a friend. We're like Across the Obelisk with shorter runs than a Lord of the Rings movie. And while everyone may be playing Balatro right now, it's a fantastic game. It's important to remember that roguelike deck builder players, they try them all. We are currently at the itch.io demo stage where we're continuing to release updates where we increase the content, improve the quality of the features, and raise awareness for the demo so that we can release a Steam demo sometime around May. We're aiming to be alpha ready by August, beta by Steam Next Fest, and put ourselves in a position to release at the end of the year. We think that Team 17 would be a fantastic partner to ship Dream Team Supreme because of their experience and your expertise. We know that you have a successful track record in marketing. I think that our skills complement each other greatly. And as the custodians and champions of the Worms franchise, we know that you can sell high stakes, low stress strategy games that are fun for everyone. And that's exactly what Dream Team Supreme is. We want to leverage your experience and connections with influencers, social media, traditional media, trade shows. We also know that you've ported or released 48 more Nintendo Switch games than we have. So I think it's important that your connections with Nintendo and your experience in the field can help us port Dream Team Supreme to Switch 2. We're also asking for an investment of $150,000 to help us finish the development of Dream Team Supreme and to invest in the results of the game. On our side, we will continue with the development for the Windows platform, games user research, analytics, quality assurance, and localization. We're also going to continue the promotion of the Steam page, continuously update demos, update the press kits, cut new trailers, continue to release newsletters, devlogs, and manage the Discord community. The small team behind the dream is here. So these are a collection of games that we've worked on before forming Big Adventure. Thank you for your time. My contact details are on this slide. If you'd like to play the demo, there's a link for your convenience directly. And if you're ready to team up and get into this giant robot with me right now, just say the word and I'll go get the helmets. Thank you.
Okay, so that came in at 9 minutes 22. So you've
That's
been here
great.
before, you know how this works. Go back to the first slide and off we go.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks for going first, Olivier. Appreciate
No
that.
problem.
And I'm pretty sure I've seen this one before, but it did not look like this. Right?
No, it was trash before. Like,
Yeah.
was,
So like,
you know,
yeah,
it was
just open it up. We'll go through like from the very start, from the very title. Yeah, go through. So yeah, look, I mean, overall, like the difference in your, I mean, and obviously this is work you've done with the game as well, you know, and it follows through. But look, your presentation, I thought in terms of your visuals and stuff was great. Really, really good. Like right from the title, it was like, oh, okay. So I think you're bang on with your branding for the game. That was super, super good. Really happy to see that. I think, I don't know, so rather than 1.0, maybe you'd have a date or something, super minor point. I know V will ask for your name to be on, or would suggest that your name be on the front as well in terms of who's giving the presentation, and that's fine. The question I've got about NZ on Air, have they supported this game?
No, they supported Big Adventure.
Yeah, no,
before
if they haven't supported this game, you need to take that off.
Okay.
Because it's misleading.
Yeah. Because I was like, because when you got, because I'm like, oh, okay. And then when you got later on and you talked about how it was, you had support earlier, like from them on something else, and I was like, oh, so
Okay, quick question about that because we intend to get GDSR support. Does that even count, or is that because
So
it's a tax rebate?
you put it on. So I wouldn't list a tax rate. Like, okay, so when someone's granted you funding, that is a vote of confidence, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But
Without
talking about what you might get later on, the publisher doesn't need to have the complication of that because they don't know what the GDSR is, and it's
Yeah.
like, just don't confuse them.
The other thing too is with a rebate scheme which is mechanical, it doesn't. It's mechanical. There's no vote of like getting funding from a grant means that someone's doing due diligence on you and they've given
Yeah.
you a vote of confidence.
Yeah.
A mechanical rebate scheme is just that. It doesn't matter whether you're, like it's not necessarily confidence building in the same
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
That's if they go and do the thing now. So the reason why I suggest putting your name up there is because if you're in a room, if like say when we talk about the representing games things, there's 50 publishers in the room, they're going to take a photo of it, and then of course your name is then on the slide so they can find you on LinkedIn or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah. Or the dark
The
web,
one thing I'm going
wherever
to
you
pick,
hang out, Olivier.
yeah, one thing I'm gonna suggest is if you're going to talk about Switch 2, put a Switch 2 logo on there. Just
Yeah.
it's a little thing, but just
Yep.
Yep. So the other thing I was going to say is like, why don't you want to put this on PlayStation and Xbox?
So from my research, porting to those two, like it's not the cost of porting to them and updating it, it's more the expected market. I don't see it as strongly. I think if our game had perhaps more momentum going, it would make a lot of sense.
Okay. So the way that I look at it, I would recommend you put them on there, and a publisher will tell you whether it makes sense or not, right?
Okay.
And the reason for that, so one of the things that I talk about a lot is about broadening your addressable audience. And your addressable audience, you do that with languages and you do it with platforms. So for a publisher, you're absolutely right that the incremental cost, if you're in Unity, that's great. Porting it to Switch, even Switch 2, whatever, who cares? You've already, we'll get to it later on, but you've de-risked it because you're using Unity, you've already got controllers going. It's like happy days, right? If you're putting it on Switch, the incremental cost of putting it on Xbox and PlayStation is really, really minimal. And if a publisher can spread that risk across more platforms, great, because who knows? It's like, you might say, well, PlayStation and Xbox aren't really the platform for it, but can they soak up enough money that they're profitable? Because it's like a publisher is going to, hopefully a publisher likes you. They're going to like your game, but what they really like more than anything is money, unashamedly. So if there is an opportunity to make money, I would put it on all platforms and let them make the decision.
Okay,
I will
thank you.
point out that there was a code game that signed off on a Game Pass deal earlier on this year.
Yeah,
One
and
that
it's like,
you wouldn't think was I can't talk, it's not announced yet, but one that you wouldn't immediately go, oh, that's a Game Pass deal game. But hey, they've got it, and Game Pass came and put up cash.
yeah,
I like that.
you never know, right? So like, just don't close yourself off from it, is what I'm saying. It's like, don't be if somebody says, oh, look, we don't think it's going to go well on Xbox. Fine. It's all a bonus for you anyway, right? You want it, like, you're
Yeah.
making it on PC. It isn't actually, it's not a huge amount of work more if somebody is porting it to Xbox for you than not. There's a little bit of effort in it for you in terms of supporting them, but outside of that. So just, yeah. All right.
Would you do the same with iOS, Android?
No,
No?
no, absolutely not. No, I would not. I think it's a very rare game that can go to mobile and be on like mainstream, like PC and console. There are some that have done it. I know Dredge is launching like on iOS in a few days, but that's because it's done over 2 million sales elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
So it came
that seems to be the
afterwards.
pattern for roguelike
And
deck
it's like,
builders.
stuff like, I know Unpacking went to mobile as well, but
Yeah.
after it was very successful. So it's like, if you end up in a situation where like, hey, we could put this on mobile, but don't muddy the market. Like, well, where do you want to be? Right. And I think you're developing it on PC. It's easy to take to the other consoles. Yeah. Just leave that one be.
Thanks.
All right. Next slide.
Unity logo on the front page on that note.
Yes, actually. Yes, you're absolutely right there. I missed that one. The next slide. Yeah, really like the style. Your screenshots are too small though. I can't see what's going on. I like what you talked about, but there are some things that you talked about, like you talked about it being carts, and you can kind of see it, but it's not mentioned anywhere. And it's one of the other things that later on you talked about, like a sequence to program with carts, and I don't think that was ever explained. And to me, that sounds like a really interesting difference, and you're not highlighting it. Also, you're talking about the event, and it's like, and I can see from the screenshot, it's like, oh look, there's bad guy basically coming in from the beach, going to destroy the city, whatever. That's cool. Talk to me somewhere about what the events and the locations are, because I assume it's kind of monster movie tropes. Yeah, which is great, but show me, tell me about it. Other than that, I think that's kind of fine. I mean, this isn't it's not like I'm ever winning. It's not like it ever ends because it's a roguelike.
Yeah, that's right. So you can finish a run and win, and the next time you play, it's a completely different set
Okay.
of challenges.
All right. Yeah, I didn't have a lot else on this slide other than you were talking about, like, the screenshots need to be bigger, and you were talking about things that aren't mentioned in the deck, and that's the bit that concerned me, because I think I like the look of your screenshots, but I can't see them well enough, and I think that's something. I don't know how many more we've got through the deck, but I feel you're further along than this deck might show me. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, and I think that's really worth sort of shouting about. Yeah, I didn't have anything else on that one. Again, loving the letter tone, all that. That's cool. The next one, with your video. So, I'm very torn on, does this work offline? Like, do you have an offline version of this video that you can play? Because if you don't, it's problematic.
If you're in on that note, just for everyone's benefit, sorry, John, the like if you've got online and you're down the bottom floor of Moscone Center, or you're in the Colossal Center that Gamescom is in, you just can't count on Wi-Fi, you can't count on phone reception, you can't count on any of those things, so it has to be stored locally. I'm not convinced that you should put a video in the deck. It actually led to a very awkward time particularly because there was no audio. We were all sitting here in silence watching a video in silence. I don't think it worked well at all. I would strongly recommend something that we're doing for representing games now is that we're encouraging devs to put GIFs in the deck, because you're only getting a very short snapshot of stuff through. The other thing too, of course, is that if you've got to send this on, you've got to make sure it works for the person. Like, this is why John suggested PDFs, because they work on everything. So make sure that you've got it. Like, if you're going to do a GIF version, then have a PDF version ready to go as well.
I think, and it might be that the joys of Zoom, you might have heard all the audio, Olivier, and we didn't. We got nothing. It was absolute silence.
I tested it yesterday with somebody, and they heard it. So
it's the joy.
Got it.
So there was no. So it kind of was like, ugh. I think what I would prefer to see here, like, a trailer is fine if you've got that, and if you can, like, if you're meeting with somebody personally, you can show them on your phone, on your tablet, or whatever. I think mid-pitch, not so much. What I would like to see, and what I've not actually seen, what's your game loop? Give me a slide on the game loop of, like, well, what am I doing? Because we're talking about this, this sequence to program, and all of that. I don't have a game loop of what you're doing, and I think you could do that, and I think that might be, like, whether you can have bits of, like, screenshot, like, whether it's full screenshots or bits of screenshot in there, again, to show off that you are further along than I expect you to be, right? So I think that slide is a bit of a no, and we need to get that in. But, like, that whole kind of, the USP, you've got something later on where you talk about differences, and I think we need to reorder things a little bit, because I think this completely put us off track. All right, let's go to the next one rather than dwell on this overly. So, yeah, this sits standing on the shoulders of roguelike deck builder giants. I'm not sure I like that. I get that, and it fits in with your theme with the giant monsters and whatever. But it kind of is like, hello, we're the small game. And it's like, I don't know if you actually want to say that. So these kind of things, I think everything you've got there, this is maybe where you tell me about like what is a sequence to program, what is the 2 decks at a time, what are the dual-sided cartridges, because those sound like, to me, those are differences of like, oh, these are things that you haven't seen before, or this is a twist, or something different. And I'm pretty sure you can show UI of that, right? And so you've got the giant robot versus kaiju theme. So again, is it always giant robot versus kaiju, or do you have other kind of monsters or?
Yeah, so there's all types of monsters from a fridge that's gigantic and has gotten life, the
This is what I want to see, because
yeah,
all of a sudden you've got me giant fridge. I'm in, right? So talk about like,
yeah.
there's a cast of like, it's not just whatever. It's like, oh, there's a giant fridge that's going to attack you or something. It's like, make me laugh, make me go, oh, okay, that's different. I love that you've got that, but if I don't know it, I don't know that. Like, hey, look, there's going to be a little bit of funny. There's going to be a little bit of ridiculous. There's, you're not taking yourself too seriously or whatever. Let's get that in. I think the Saturday morning cartoon style, yeah, sure, whatever. But it's like what you've got on here is you've talked about a few unique things, but you're not showing me, and I'd like to see them because I think those are really important. And that's as well as like, giving me the game loops, which they may be standard game. It's a roguelike deck builder, but like you've got something different in there. Just tell me about it. Because when you start talking about the monsters, you can give me an idea of how many I'm getting, right? So
Yeah.
you don't have to tell me, oh, there's 8 or whatever, but it's like you can talk about, oh, look, there's a Godzilla, like there's a giant, there's whatever. Give me some like, oh, cool, okay. But just so I know there's some variety, yeah.
I saw the traffic light guy before, and the first thing was, "Oh, I haven't seen that before."
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
gridlock.
Sure, but and
Yeah.
then you've got a pun on his name being a transformer, yeah, like
Yeah,
All right.
agree. I need to bring the statue of the giant foot that you're facing as well, front and center.
yeah. I mean, that oddball stuff's going to create it, and particularly if someone gets a chuckle out of it.
It just makes it memorable. Oh, did you see that game where there was the big fridge attacking you? It's like, I'm pretty sure you'll be the only one at whatever event you go to. Pretty sure there's not going to be another giant fridge enemy. And it's like, just be memorable. So, all right, next slide, please, Olivier. All right. So we need to remove the New Zealand on air.
Yep.
I don't like this slide for a few reasons. I think you're being very honest with what you've got, but those stats are working against you, right?
Yep.
It's not helping. So I think the thing that on there that is useful is like, obviously you're supported by code, and then you've got PAX Australia, and those comments. If you want to have a slide where you're showing, hey, look, we're doing stuff. You can talk about like, oh, look, we'll work it. We've got demos on itch. Don't talk about the stats. Get me the pictures of people playing it on the PAX on the code stand at PAX, right? Show me like, oh, it's there, and then you can have your quotes or whatever. Show it in action. Make this, because you're selling at that moment, and you're telling me like, oh, I love the fact that you've got some stats, but they're not great stats to show yet, right? So whether this is a standalone slide, I'm also not sure if this slide is in the right place. I think we need to move this one probably later in the deck, maybe closer to your timeline slide, possibly.
To put it in real terms, publishers are really only they want you to have 10,000 wish lists before you pitch, not 134, which I appreciate is a function of where you're at.
Yes.
But it's that thing of how you've got to obviously work on getting that number up and growing that Discord and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if you want
John's
to, if you want to talk about how, like, you've got a demo and it's like, oh, are you doing like monthly updates with like for people to play the demo? Or like, what are you doing? That shows that you're being proactive rather than, well, we put a demo out. It's not like if we build it, they will come kind of thing.
So a question I got asked, I was actually down in Invercargill last week, and I actually got talking, and a question I got asked, well, Armageddons, which are a small, like they're a supernova for John's benefit, but so a small local expo, or comparatively small compared to some of the events that we talk about. What can you actually do with them? And we've had people submit travel grants previously going, I'm going to go and talk to publishers at Armageddons. There aren't any, so well done. But what they are good for is, again, adding to your Discord server at very low cost with very low risk. And you don't have to travel. So stuff like that, look for those sorts of traction moments where you can use them to build your newsletter and your Discord members and all of that. So that sort of stuff, and because you do want to hit that 10,000 mark. That's kind of where it starts looking good.
All right, next slide, please, sir. Oh, there we go. Cool. So this is a nice kind of summary slide. I put logos on for like Unity, and I'd have your target platforms as well, and like make it clear that you're doing Steam, and that you're looking for porting to, you know, like Switch 2, PlayStation, Xbox. Great, got the target languages. Whether you want to have it on this slide or whether you want to have another slide where you tell me a little bit more about the scope of the game with, you know, like with campaign versus your daily seed versus challenges, just to give me an idea of like, well, what are those? I like that they're there. You know, that's cool. I wonder with the target languages whether you should have your word count on here. I know you mentioned it elsewhere, and then also, like, if this is a summary slide, I would put in like your release date and your price as well. It depends what you want this slide to be for, and depending on that, it may need to move. But like, if this is a slide where it's like, hey, here we are as a snapshot, cool, you know, then they can see like, oh, you know, your target release date, which, you know, you can just have that as a quarter if you want. But other than that, yeah, nicely, a nice amount of like information, good information, just maybe add a little bit more and call it summary rather than development.
I kind of, so the other thing kind of, so you actually read a lot of this out. You didn't have to. You can just talk around it. Like you don't have. It's
Yeah.
right there. It's very easily parsable information. It's all
Yeah.
presented really nicely. You didn't have to talk just to read it, because otherwise you're sort of using.
I mean, the only thing, I mean, I did like that you talked a little bit about the daily seed, because that's something that, you know, that's more, to me, that's more of a mobile thing than a PC console. So explaining that, you know, I thought it was good.
I thought the daily seed was a plant monster that was walking up off the ocean. Sorry.
Maybe in a few weeks.
Yeah. All right, next one, please. Premium game. Okay. Yes, so this is the slide where I kind of want you to build the audience and tell me there is a market for this game. And so I'm glad that you didn't put Balatro on there, because obviously it's the elephant in the room right now. I have to go off and look at those games to sort of see like how popular they are. I don't think the title of the slide, premium game, is necessarily helping. I think this is like, you know, is this, you know, you're trying to prove the point that these are comparable titles, or that these are your target market, right? Something like that. Like that's why you've got them here. Yeah. So I think, you know, so talking about Hellcard, it's about phrasing it. So like Hellcard in the Sunlight with the giant robot, it's like, okay, so, but what is it about Hellcard? It's like, is Hellcard, why somebody that plays Hellcard, why are they going to like?
Yeah, because it's a roguelike deck builder with multiplayer, but it's a dungeon crawler. So we're out there in the sun, we're flamboyant, we're colorful.
So is Hellcard, is it not multiplayer?
It is.
It is, okay. So it's like coming up with something a bit more like, so with Cobalt Core, it's like, oh, it's like Cobalt Core with a friend. It's like, you kind of want to phrase it as like, oh, look, you know, so we're, you know, roguelike deck builder, but we've got, you know, we've got online, you know, rather than, I think it's just the wording of it. It's like, and I get it, and you're not wrong, but from a sales point of view, saying, hey, we're like this, directly saying we're like this, but with this, is you kind of need to couch it slightly differently. So it's a word, it's a word thing. I'm not sure if I'd have the roguelike deck builder players try them all, because that is, there are a lot of, I know what you mean, and it's like players do want more, but it's more about, you want to sell a reason for why people are going to want to play this, rather than like, well, but you know, people play them all anyway, right? So don't worry about it,
right.
Which is kind of how that comes across. So I think a little bit of a rewording on this, just a little bit more reason. You know, the fact that you know, so Hellcard, you can sort of, you know, one of the differences from Hellcard, if that's just PC, you can say, hey, look, you know, you've got whatever. It's like, oh, look, it's, you know, your theme or what have you, but it's also, you know, coming to consoles. You know, so if there are people who want to play Hellcard but they can't because they've got consoles, hey, here you are. A little bit of that. Yeah, I don't know the games well enough to really to give you specific feedback, but I think it's rewording how you're phrasing it. What you're trying to do is right, and then like change that title from premium game to like whether it's like, you know, comparative market, comparative games, or target market or something, because it just reads awkwardly to me. What did you think, V?
Probably the thing that I picked up. Don't assume that the person that you're pitching to that their first language is English. So like I'm from Australia. I know a lot about sunlight. So Hellguard with the sunlight and the giant robot. But if I'm talking to Johan from Raw Fury, I mean he comes literally from you know he's Nordic, quite it looks like a Viking. Um, so I mean he sees sunlight on 2 days a year. So I would be just try and keep the metaphors down and talk about but we've got bright and you know brighter artwork. We're less grim dark or however you want to put it. It's just a phrasing thing. But like I say, this and that's the thing for everybody. Do not assume that the person that you're pitching to that English is their first language. So it is important to speak in a fairly straightforward manner.
Yeah. All right, next one, please, Olivier. Okay. So I'd like to see on here where you got your code funding, because that's actually a really key thing that you're selling. When did you get your code Kickstart funding? Have that somewhere on your timeline with the logo. The other thing with the PAX Oz, so rather than PAX Oz vertical slice demo, you showed the game at PAX. That's the thing, and it's like, and if you get a picture in there or something. Whether
I don't love the alpha and beta thing. What are your thoughts on that one, John? It kind of doesn't tell me a lot about, you know, exactly what stage it's at.
I mean, I think, yeah, because alpha and beta, they mean so many different things to so many different people. It's like literally whenever I work with a publisher, it's like, well, what's your definition? So I mean, at alpha, are you saying, hey, content complete? Yeah, so maybe you say, hey, content complete. And it's like Gamescom. So yes, Gamescom is on in August. Like, are you showing it at Gamescom? What is your, you know, what does Gamescom mean to you in this context? And then you know, having a beta, and that's like, well, that's yeah. Again, for like, what does that mean? The Steam Next Fest, you know, like maybe say targeting Steam Next Fest, that's fine. I would say gold in December is one thing. Goodness knows you don't want to release in December. December's not a great time for release. So like maybe, you know, you extend it into 2026 and have, you know, like whether it's Q1 release. I mean, that's something you need to look at with your schedule, whether that makes sense. But releasing in December as an indie game is not super optimal. And I think there's, you know, you've got space on this slide. There's a lot of space taken up with the years that, you know, like you can, I don't know, I just, information is there, but it's in the theme, but
Slightly hard to parse the way that it's formatted.
a little bit.
Actually, on that note, John, you picked up on thing. You said the word targeting. Olivia, I noticed you used the word aimed, and or we're hoping to a couple of times, and that's just pointing out that's quite diffident language. Targeting is a much better way of doing it because that means you're certain that that's what you know and that you know what you want to do. It's something that living in New Zealand, of course, Kiwis, I say it every time, Kiwis are very good at apologizing for themselves before we even start, or making it look like we haven't, you know, made assumptions or whatever. But targeted is what you intend on doing. It is definitive. Therefore, we use that as a good word.
Also, I'm curious about your, like, what's your goal in May with your Steam demo versus your Steam Next Fest demo? Like, what are you trying to do?
Right. So the Steam demo is to gain more wish lists and to have people playing it. to continue to update it ahead of Next Fest because we need to have traction on Steam before we go into Next Fest, or
Are
else it's
you
buried.
so my question to you would be, are you doing it as a demo and is it going to stay up, or are you doing it as a play test and are you going to take it off people?
We would put a demo and leave it there.
Okay.
We would also do play tests, from
Good idea
May.
to show that on your deck then.
Yeah, I think the playtest is where it's useful, or that sort of shows the level of maturity of like about how you're going about it, and the fact that you're not just building this in isolation. You are doing a playtest, and you are taking that data and then refining the game based on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. Let's move on from that one. Okay, so this one, look, great for if you want to tailor one for each publisher, that's cool. Totally down with that. If you are doing that, I would put it on the front as well that it's the deck 14-17, because we got to this stage and it's like, oh, okay, cool. Great that you do that. So this, I think you need to be clearer about what you want and what that buys and when I get it. So if you're pitching to me and I'm looking at it for Team 17, you want 150 grand. Okay. What does that get me? That gets me a PC build ready to release end of like Q4 2025, 2026, whatever it is, right? Like make it clear what you're asking for and what you're delivering. So like you want the publisher to do that. So you got the bit on the it's like you have got that and that. So are you intending to do localization as part of your development?
Yeah.
Why would you be doing the localization?
Just because I have a lot of experience in it. I used to be a localization QA manager for 5 years. So I have contacts and experience to do it.
Totally get it. I would tell you right now, Team 17 won't let you. I don't know any publisher that will let you, because they will want to use their contractors to do localization and localization QA. I think most publishers are going to want to do it because they want to be in control of it. So I think that's kind of what threw me a little bit, because then also, so nowhere do I have an idea of how many words it is. And a publisher will want to do localization. They'll want to manage that. They'll want to get it done. Whether they charge you for it and it's recoupable or not is a different issue. But so if you're not doing the localization, what does that do to your funding of 150 grand? Does that bring that down? Yeah. So I think, because also like you've got some things that you want to do on the development side, and it's like, yes, as developers, you need to do QA. But a publisher, again, they're going to do their QA. They're going to want to do their QA. They're going to need to do their QA. The same thing on the promotion. There's yes, you would be involved in it, but that's something a publisher would do. So I think at the moment, because of that, this kind of confuses me a little. I think it's like if we could have this as like, hey, the ask, and it's like, hey, here's what we're looking for. Here's what you get. It's like it's a PC game. It's delivered this time. Blah blah blah. What we want, and the publishing services. And you don't even have to go into, oh, look, we want to be involved in the promote. You can talk about that, but don't put it on the slide. It just muddies the waters. Because honestly, some of the things that you're talking about taking on your side should be done on the publisher side. Your publisher, it's not to say that you're not involved, but your publisher should be doing the press kit. They should be doing the trailers. They pay people to do that, right? And so that's why it's like, and again, logos, whatever. So that's why some of it's like, I don't know, like I think the summary slide needs to be close to this ask one, so that it's like, hey, here's what the game is, blah, blah, blah. Here's what we want. So whether that's either maybe after the timeline slide, you have the summary and you have the, then this ask slide, I think would flow a little bit better. Yeah. And it's like to make it clear, like, yes, you're delivering the PC one, and you want it porting. And again, I would say list all the platforms, and then they can tell you, oh, we don't think it will sell on Xbox. We don't want to do it. But there's no reason not to aim for it, right?
I think making it clear around the porting that's a requirement, because it's not actually clear on here. Marketing influencers, so just put PR and marketing.
Marketing PR, yeah.
Because they're not gonna. I mean, they've got their mechanisms as a publisher. That's kind of the point of publishing, is that they will handle all that stuff. So I mean, breaking it down to influencer social media, you don't have to do that. That they will have their strategy in place on what they
Yeah,
think
yeah.
works.
So I mean,
Sorry, the one word of things. So doing newsletters and devlogs, like newsletters are fine. Devlogs, it's one of those things that devs like doing. Does it really generate much actual interest or wish list? No. It's better. I mean, it's fine to do it. It doesn't do any harm. But in terms of actual, just again, that they will want to take over your Discord community,
yeah,
or at least have a say in it.
yeah.
So things like that, just to be aware. And of course, like John said, like they'll want to put together the press kit and all that, and it's kind of thing that you work on together with them.
Yeah, yeah.
And they will also want to take over things like games user research and analytics from you as well. So it's something that you wouldn't expect them. They should be bringing that to us, because they'll have insights into the market that you don't have because you don't have the reach. That's why they're a publisher and you're a developer.
And
So
the
just a
stuff like
real
your,
order of all this as well.
broadly community management, customer service are things that you want to ask a publisher for, right? On the asks, like on the, your publisher services are like, you've got your porting, you've got your QA, you've got your localization QA, PR marketing, all your first party, blah, 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 age ratings. There's all those things that you can list that a publisher can do for you that you're expecting, including, like community and customer service. And it isn't to say that you won't be involved in any of those, but it's, it's more like there are times when I've worked with developers and they've said, oh, we want this much because we want to spend this much on marketing. And it's like, no publisher is giving you money to do your own marketing. They have their own department for that, right? And they will want to be in control of it. So, yeah. All right. Crack on. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, I think if you can link more, like where people have worked, it's like, because I know you've, worked at studios, Olivia, a little bit more information of background here. It doesn't need to be loads. It's great that, you can look at some projects, but if you've got some logos of where folks have worked, that would be cool. Yeah, it's kind of.
Maybe matching the products to the person as well,
Yeah.
because I'm not sure. I mean, has everyone there worked on Rival Stars horse racing?
But yeah, because I mean, it's like if I remember right, you've worked at Pickpock, right, Olivier? Yeah, great.
Yeah, that's right.
Get the Pickpock logo on there, because it's like people have heard of them, and it's like cool.
Yeah.
They may not remember, they may not know which of those games were from Pickpock, right? But they know Pickpock. All right, and I think we just have the final slide. V, would you like to talk about adding a map to that?
I mean, that's the map is something that we do specifically for the representing games thing, because you're pitching to people from all over the world in one room, and that, again, trying to remind them that when we don't actually live in Middle Earth, we do live in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's something that I point out for that one. But other than that, probably recommend get a QR code and then have it to a link tree, and you can actually have all that information there included far more elegantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We took the QR code down before because we didn't want people to think that they would be able to play the game on their phone directly.
No
But
one
if you
thinks
go
that.
to link tree, okay, all right.
No, like they actually, like I can tell you now, like if you're on one of those big pitch sessions, they just go straight to your link tree and then save it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sweet. Other than that, I think that was, yeah. Well, good. Thank you.
I think we'll go for Miranda next, because you have to go early.
Yes.
Miranda, if you'd like to share your page.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Olivier. Thanks,
Thanks,
Olivier. It's
Olivier.
always tough.
I feel very bad coming after this because we're in the completely beginning stages. And I also want to say that this is going to be completely different because we're not pitching to publishers, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So just a little bit of background for people. So we are basically pitching to our subject matter experts. We're working together with the New Zealand Prostitution Collective, trying to help them with destigmatization, decriminalization, and trying to place a game as a possible way to do that for them. And so this is an audience that has no idea what games are.
Yeah.
Well, most of them anyway. So it's completely different. Just try to change your minds like you don't know much about games. Will you be,
Uh,
convinced?
I'm going to warn you. I have done something very similar with West Australian Surf Lifesaving, so I know exactly where you're
Oh,
going with
that's
this.
great.
So
So yes, and graphics not ready all the way in the beginning, but
it,
so just giving you an idea of what we're thinking about. Let me share this. Sorry, trying to find what I
should be a share button down the bottom of your
share.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, here it is. Gosh, with all those different tools.
Yeah. Everything does it differently.
Yeah. Okay.
And just to make it even easier, the
Can you
Mac
tell I'm
version
nervous?
It's all good.
Okay.
Okay, so would you like me to? I'll count you in.
Yep.
So 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Tyra. I'm the librarian in a quaint little town of Duskhaven. Everyone's so lovely here, and you can just really be yourself. I'm very excited. Quinn, a new interior decorator, has arrived in town. My kitchen's first on the list. Quinn and I have such great chats. They listen really well. It almost feels like we could be friends. I'm also worried though, as a newcomer, will Quinn see us townspeople as we are and really accept us? Welcome to Duskhaven, where we're building safe spaces for extraordinary people. I'm Miranda from GOAR Games. I'll be presenting this normally with Connor, my colleague, and we're going to tell you about the game of Duskhaven. So with this game, we're looking at the symbiotic relationship with decriminalization and acceptance of a certain thing. There's some precedents that you actually need a cycle of destigmatization first to come to legal things, changes, and then after that, you still need to work on the acceptance. So, for example, same-sex marriages is a really good example of this. So that's why for the sex work decriminalization, we're looking at this. And so there's two things. There's humanizing sex workers and normalizing sex work, which we hope to do through this game. So empathy before and after the vote. So we have another game, which I'm not talking about today, which is more about the legal side of things called One Vote. And where we're trying to bring this as a one transmedia project where there will also be a phone. But so Duskhaven is supposed to be step 1 and step 3. So we're looking at the method of a cozy game. We're looking at a cozy game. What's a cozy game? It's a safe space with small ordinary tasks where your player audience can be very broad, no difficult things. But also it can be a space where extraordinary characters can be found. So we've got a few examples here. We're going to focus on one, but so Stardew Valley, massively popular, over 200 million copies sold. There's Spiritfarer, which brings in a serious topic of death and grief and loss. So you see how big topics can be brought into this cozy game space. But the one we're going to give you as an example is Valhalla, which you see in the middle, which actually has a number of sex work characters who are treated with dignity, identity, and value. So In Valhalla, a cozy emotional well-being space is created where you've got a bartender who has conversations with the people who come in and out. Some of them are very, at a low level, other at a high level. And so deeper conversations unfold in that space where you're just serving drinks. And some of these characters are sex workers. So just giving you an idea of how this game was received, it had a decent income on Steam, which is a sales platform for games. Number of players, and even though the game's from 2016, there's still quite a number of active players every day, and it's really well spoken of. So the Valhalla audience gives us an idea of the audience we're looking for as well. So adult gamers who enjoy emotional storytelling, character-driven narratives, all in the midst of low-key game activities so that they can really focus on getting connections with the characters. So what happens in Duskhaven? So we've got newcomer Quinn, who connects with the townspeople. While they decorate their homes, they listen, they empathize, they become friends. And stories unfold, and the player learns that several townsfolk are or were sex workers. So the player is confronted with their own stigmas. They've made friends they feel a lot of empathy for who have a special job, or is it actually just a job? Let's meet some of the townsfolk of Duskhaven. So, for example, we've got Tyra, our town librarian, bubbly, caring, generous, also an erotic performer on webcam and different times of the day. And she's a dog mom to Bluey and Fido, so we're trying to get that vibe here. So we see a few of the ideas for the art. But then on the other side, so Tyra's also struggling with something because she wants to create a safe space for a number of cam girls that she knows and create a business. Now, the big problem here is that she constantly runs into trouble with the bank, who are not happy with where the money comes from. So they refuse her having an account, and she's constantly running into barriers while she knows it's legitimate business money and she wants to do a good thing with the side job that she loves and that she wants to make into a business. Another character is Molly, rock chick granny and a fairy aunt. She's an ex-dominatrix, unapologetically herself, and finds herself a little bit motherly later in age, which she had never expected of herself. So we don't have visuals for Molly yet, but so, she's got quite a wild past with a rock band, and then afterwards she became a dominatrix. And this has screwed up some of the relationships with her family. So she's estranged from her sister and brother, but slowly but surely getting closer again. And she's got her little niece that she adores, and she'd love to see more of her. And so she wants Gwen to make a room in her house for when finally her sister allows the little niece to stay after learning more about that sex work's actually a normal job and that hasn't changed how Molly works with family. So what's going to be our gameplay? So in the player intro, we're just going to introduce the fact of safe spaces, creating spaces where you feel yourself. And so there's going to be a combination of decoration, quite a classic combination of decorating and conversations. So clients will voice their opinion. We work from the premises that listening to what they want for their rooms is, going on the premise of active listening, show that you heard and noticed what they talked about, build trust. And then from there, we will have, some of you will recognize Gravity Rush. We're looking at that comic panel idea. So in between decorating, Quinn will talk, listen, and observe conversations. Character knowledge grows, connections are built. we're looking at working with storylets, where depending on stats, you will have all kinds of little snippets from people's backstories, current stories, thinking and obviously a lot about the sex work industry, some dispelling myths, realities come in that people discover in the conversations. And so, yes, see you in Duskhaven, hopefully, if our funder comes through.
Okay, so it's sitting on 8:45. So go back to the start. I'm probably
Okay,
going to have a fair bit to say about this one because I've
thank
pitched
you.
serious games before,
Oh, we absolutely want that because we're, yeah.
and with a degree of success on actually closing the sale on them. So,
I don't often work with Google Slides, and now I'm looking where I get back. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, if you just
Get back to the beginning.
can you just like click back through the slideshow?
Yeah,
yeah.
just click back through the slideshow.
Right back to the start.
Sorry about that. Gosh,
Listen,
I'm
thanks
like,
for bringing this, Miranda. Yes, it is different, but I think there's
yeah,
still a lot. Hopefully,
yeah,
we can help you with.
yeah,
And
yeah.
again,
Thank you.
like V obviously had a lot with this. Look, I'm not a fan with opening the way that you did.
Okay.
I don't know V, but for me, I understand. You're building this story, but for
Mm-hmm.
me, it was like however long until I find out actually what is it you're
Okay.
pitching and what's it for.
Yeah.
So I completely agree with John. When you're pitching to a non-games audience, you have to pitch to them in terms of, and you have to explain why a game or what you're doing.
Yeah,
And this
Mm-hmm.
kind of story stuff, I had no idea. Like if so, thinking about the person that you're pitching to, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
I think last session John talked about it. We're all salespeople now, and
Yeah.
and having been a salesperson selling this stuff before, um, you've got to take your you're pitching to people who do not know games audiences, and you've sort of
Mm-hmm.
gone into a bit about stuff later, but we're going off on the story stuff. I have no context on it as someone coming into this.
Yeah.
So other than you're a games person trying to sell me and why a serious game is the solution for my problem, and then going from the story stuff. So we can go past the story slides and get to the main first
Mm-hmm.
slide.
yes. If we get to your title slide when we get to that,
So
uh,
straight away, those just remove them. They're not working for you at all.
Okay.
And in fact, you
Thank
will
you,
actually
because we
get
had a
the
lot of discussion in the office about that one.
so
Yeah.
so
and
you
I
what sorry, just to finish what I was saying, that will actually get your audience offside.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
uh, I understand. It's interesting, and I understand why you do it. But I think, like V says, it's like for the audience you're targeting, they aren't going to appreciate it.
Okay.
So Duskhaven, this is building safe spaces for extraordinary people. So I think it was a few so I'd like to see a date on here, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some kind of version. Is this a game? Is this going to be on mobile devices? Is this on PC? Is it on the web? I don't know.
Most probably we will start with a browser game.
Okay.
So then
Yeah.
put a
We
browser
don't
thing on
know
there,
yet.
some indication. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know yet,
So just
actually.
sort of having some
Mm,
idea of that. I think as well.
mm.
So Duskhaven, this is specifically about a game about kind of educating people about sex workers in the community. Am I getting that?
It's basically showing that it's a job. It's a job, and they're
Yep.
ordinary people like you and me.
And basically wanting people to understand and accept. Because I
Yeah.
think
Hmm.
um,
Yeah.
I didn't know until I can't remember what slide we got to
Hmm.
that this was actually a game about sex workers. Because you talked a bit about the gay marriage vote, and then it was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Mm.
yeah. So I was a
Yeah.
bit
Yeah.
confused. It wasn't very clear to me what we were getting. So I understand what you're trying to do, but I think you need to be a little bit
Yeah.
more upfront on the title slide. V, what was your experience with this?
So I want to add a bit of personal context. I'm a queer person who's come from the goth community, and I have met my fair share of the people that you're talking about. And I also have had this conversation with my parents as well.
Hmm.
So and various more conservative members. So the first thing is, as a browser game, just giving you the heads up, no one's going to play it. It's a, that
Okay.
is a,
Good.
so you are going to want it on mobile devices, easily accessible from day one, or you're going to have like there's just going to be no one accessing it. The
Mhm.
audience that you're trying to get to, who are non-gamers, need that mobile is the best platform by a huge order of magnitude. Um, Obviously, like having your names on there is great. Put a date on it, like I say, because again, you want to look at versions, and if you're going back for further discussions. Um, the other thing too with GAR games, I would probably even put it like if you don't know what AR is,
Mm,
uh, then I would almost have like like so if they see that kind of that Pokemon Go thing, that is something that is a familiar
yeah.
image. So I would maybe think about having someone like again, show is always more powerful than just a title. But if we head to the next slide.
Yep. Just one remark, like my audience is the New Zealand Prostitution Collective. So they know this game
Sure.
is going to be about sex work. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
so the thing that you're doing here when you're sorry to take this, but just to, again pitching
Yeah.
serious games, you're showing them what the problem is and getting them to all sit around and nod and go, yes, that's the problem. You've acknowledged what their problem is. You understand it. They understand it. There is that meeting of minds.
Yeah.
The typical question I'm sure John will ask will be, if this was being presented to their colleagues in 4 hours' time, would anyone understand what is going on here? And I would have difficulty I have to confess, would have difficulty parsing what this
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
So acknowledging the problem is the first slide. And when you're pitching a serious game where you're trying to fix a social issue, spoiler alert, you can't, but you can help.
Yeah.
Um, the because behavioral change is the most impossible thing to do with games,
Hmm.
despite what people think about Satan worship and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
Scratching
the
the surface. Yeah.
but you need to show that you understand that problem, and as the first point, and we're not getting that here. Sorry
Okay.
to barge in on this one, but
No,
John,
that's fine. That's fine.
No, absolutely. I kind of wanted to, like, after your title slide, I kind of wanted to see like, hey, look, this is what this game is for. This is what we're trying to do. This is, you talked about it, but it's not on the slide. And again,
Okay.
it may be that the people that you are talking to understand it, but at the moment, this deck doesn't stand on its own unless you're in the room.
Okay.
And I think that's ultimately you want to have it, Miranda, so that like anybody could go through this deck and understand what you are offering.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that doesn't happen right now. So, yeah. Because again, I think was it on this slide you talked about like gay marriage, and then I think it was the next one, and then it's like, oh, hang on a minute, it's like we suddenly got to talk about, yeah. So for me, there was no context. Whereas if we had a title slide of like, hey, look, what we're planning to do with this game is to educate people about sex work and how it's a real job, and to try to destigmatize, or all the goals that you've got.
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. And then you're playing into like your audience is like, yes, that's what we want. Like that's their goal as well, so that you're in agreement. So then they're very receptive to hopefully things that you say next about how you're going to do it.
my suggestion to you, having done this before, is my second thing is, why are games part of the solution? Because they're not going to know.
Yeah.
So you've gone into empathy and before and after the vote, and of course we're going about gay marriage vote, which is a sideways issue. Here we want to show what can games do to help alleviate that. Well, we can do this by encouraging, by encouraging empathy, and this is how a game does it in theory. You kind of want to bring it back and
Sorry,
make
I'm
it very.
gonna jump in for a moment. Since I briefly talked about it, presenting the two games. This is just one of them. We have a bit of a preamble there that you didn't. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Sure, but then you said we've got another game which we're not going to talk about. That's your
Yeah, in this
preamble.
presentation
So
today. Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to have the context
Yeah.
there to go from
Yeah.
this, we go to that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. Because I did get a bit confused when you said, oh, this other game. And I'm like, oh, hang on a minute. I'm just about on board with what you're talking about. I just about know what it's going on about. And you're talking about something else. I think overall, like to me, somewhere you need a slide that sort of says, hey, games are good at bringing up issues, getting people to think about things. And it's a way that you can, certainly you're going to get to you're not going to get to a boomer audience with a game, but you would get to a younger audience with the game, and they would relate to it. and you can say that's why we've chosen this medium, because we think people will engage with it. And then you can talk about, you know, because when you talked about stuff like Stardew Valley and all those games, they were almost like life simulator games to some extent, but they were relatable for people.
The other thing that you don't want to go off and do, I probably need to head over to those slides. When you talk about those simulation games, again, coming into, you're convincing them why games. You went into a fair bit of detail about any of these games. Now, obviously, a non-game playing audience, you're talking about why Spiritfarer and why none of these have anything to do with sex work.
No.
And then you're talking about Steam audiences and people are still playing, and you've lost your audience here. They want to know, just tell me why we need to make this game, because they're going to sign up. They want to cut, like you want them to pay for this, and maybe they have to do funding grants and community stuff and all of that. They want to know what the methodology is that gets us the behavior. And it's really a case of, you just need to say, hey, look, there are a whole bunch of games that trade in social issues that are very successful, and then move on, because most of the people that you're pitching to will not know what Steam is.
Yeah.
So I think there's a whole lot of stuff you talked about, with those games that like absolutely makes sense to us in this room, but we're not the people you're pitching at. And I think it's really about saying, hey, we can do something with a game. This is why. These are games can do this. I think if we go to your sort of stats, they don't need to know the Steam stats. They don't need to know what Steam is. You know what Steam is, and that's great, but it's like talking to them in their own language, and that isn't it. So if you go to the next slide, please. I mean, I think, if you're going to talk about anything, it's talking about like, how you can explore, themes with conversations and engage people. But you talked around what was on this, but it's like you kind of need to give it. This is why it's good. This is what we can achieve with it. For me, which I think you can, and it's just
Probably when I head past the next slide or so, just obviously get past the stats and all that, because we've talked about it. Yeah, it's just not. I mean, it's just not relevant to this audience that you're talking to.
Okay.
So keep going. So this is what happens in Duskhaven. So actually, this slide actually gives me something. This is the first one where I kind of know what you're trying to do. And it's like, so it's Quinn, decorate the homes, whatever. That's kind of, for me, this is like, okay, I know what we're trying to do.
I would almost have Duskhaven, a game about that normalizes sex work. Like,
yeah.
And
okay.
So that's at this stage that they understand, okay, well, so we've established what the problem is. We've established that you, as the person presenting them, have an understanding around what the problem is. This is how this is part of the solution.
Yeah. Right. Move on.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's, again, this is all part of what you're trying to get across, and it's like, I just seen it way too late. So what I would say about so when we get into Let's Meet the Townsfolk, if you're going to do it, you want a slide on each of them maximum. You don't want as many slides as you have.
Okay.
I thought the art was the character art was lovely.
Okay, that's good to hear, because we only have 2 at the moment. Good.
Probably before you go into the characters, you want to take them through. I mean, we call it the game loop. So you would want to describe to them the way that the game plays, so they actually have an understanding about what you do. Because again, some of them have, non-games audience, so I'm going to assume at least a couple of them have played casual phone games and that sort of stuff. But that kind of, you do this and you do this and you do this, and then and then it loops around, and then they can kind of understand. Again, you're trying to get them to part with their cash. This is what you get for your money.
Yeah. So I think if you skip through, we had after the last Molly slide, I think we had a slide where we talked.
Gameplay?
We finally talked about gameplay, and it's like, this is rather than play an intro, this is like this is sort of the gameplay loop of like, what is it you do? What is the playing? You want that before the character, before you introduce the characters, is what I'd say. And like, give us the gameplay loops and what have you.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you've got reading between the line, you know, so talk about the conversation, like, how is the conversation going? And I appreciate you're really early and you don't have a lot of art and what have you. And the, you know, I liked, you know, your reference there with Gravity Falls World. That was cool. V, did you have anything else on these slides?
I mean, like, obviously having the gameplay stuff and then having the character driven. The storylet slide, there's just too much text on here. I can't parse what's going on.
Yeah.
But going through it, so character driven storylets, but you could almost bullet point that out to tell them what they get for their money. If they're parting with 150,000, this is what you get for your 150,000. Is a game that does this, and this, and this. And then almost worth giving them a UI mock-up as well, because again, you're showing them and you're making it real for them.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
And then see you in Disclaven. No, what are you looking for, Miranda? You want money, I assume, but you're not telling me how much money you want. And you may not know, right?
Disclosure, there's a private funder behind this.
Okay.
And so if all goes well, we could be looking at $1 million.
So you've got to put out a budget, put out a timeline, and put out deliverables.
Yeah.
Because and with a client like this, and from having worked with them, a strategy that I've used before is like, you can go through this scenario. And I would only ever do it with a serious game client. I would never do this with a publisher, just to make that bit clear. But you can go a basic, complete, and advanced version. That's one strategy that can work with with a private funder like this. Again, never doing that in typical space, but it's spelling it out to them. What are they going to get? How much it's going to cost, and how long is it going to take? And the other thing that you've missed out in this deck, which is so crucial for serious games, is testing.
Okay.
So how are you doing your user testing? Are you using a think aloud protocol at the start, getting someone to play the game, recording what they're saying, and then checking that at the end? Because if you are not testing your serious game, you have no guarantee that it works.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're looking for some sort of, again, you're not going to, like, trying to behavioral change with serious games is very difficult. My partner has a PhD in serious games, so I've kind of done that PhD by osmosis. But it's the thing of, can you show some behavior? Because if you're not going, again, if you're going back to the audience saying, oh, and we're testing this, then that is your credibility. You're not just making a game, it gets tossed out into the earth, and has it changed anything? No, not really. You can actually come back and measure
how we will market and PR this as well.
So in any serious games, you're building testing. It's not just your marketing and PR, but it's your methodology.
Yeah.
Because if you cannot show that there is any attitudinal change, it's not worth the dollars that they paid.
Cool. Yep. Oh, thank you. That was very useful.
And at
thanks,
the end
Miranda.
of it as
thanks
well,
for bringing it. I know it's tough, but you know, that's why it's like, come bring it and do the worst pitch ever, right?
Yeah, that's
and always contact details on the last page. Always.
Yeah, they already know us since quite a while, so it's a bit of a skewed.
But if that deck goes to somebody else who doesn't know you, they wanna.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Or there might be someone in the room who's new to you. I mean, obviously you might know the organization, but there's always going to be someone new, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miranda.
No, thank you so much.
Right,
one of the 4 o'clock, 4:30 crew. I think Isaac wanted to go.
I definitely would be super keen to pitch. Unfortunately, the last couple of weeks have been a bit of a mess moving house and an urgent client project, so I don't have a pitch ready for today.
Okay,
but
no worries.
Definitely in future.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gareth.
Certainly, yes. Thank you. All right. So, yes, you have mentioned this will be the worst pitch ever. So prepare yourself. This is actually the first pitch ever for me. So it'll be both my best and worst.
Excellent.
Thank you kindly. All right, let me just share the screen. And we should all be looking at a lovely presenter view. Is that coming through?
Yep, it's coming through. Would you like me to count you in?
Please do.
All right, 3, 2, 1, start.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Gareth from Bungwin Games, and I'm here today to talk about Cold Salvage, which is a 1 to 4 player cooperative horror survival game. Players will take on the role of a civilian salvage engineer working Navy contracts to return warships to the front line. We're targeting Steam Early Access in Q3 2026, and we have a roadmap that includes cross-play with console. And just quickly, I'm going to go through the next 3 slides, which are screenshots from the current tech demo, just to explain that tagline of Explore, Repair, Survive. So, in Cold Salvage, you are exploring abandoned wrecks. You must repair these wrecks and return the ships to dock, but on board there are deadly monsters that you cannot kill and you have to survive with your crew. That's it in a nutshell. So, this page here goes into the vital statistics of the project itself. A lot of this detail is for you to consume later. I'm just going to give you the highlights today. So it is a premium title that we're targeting for early access in 2026, 1 to 4 player co-op. It is actually a base building horror survival game. I'll touch on that in a little bit, but there are actually 2 connected loops which are very important for this game. In Cold Salvage, you will create an engineer persona. You will claim a salvage tug, which then becomes your permanent home base. And then you earn materials and resources by working contracts. You craft those resources into gear, machinery, and upgrades for your tug, and then you head out into the void again. So let's look at those game loops in a bit more detail. So the right half of this diagram is what people will tend to think of when they're talking about this game. You will use stealth and smarts to survive in a hostile environment while being stalked by an immortal monster. You'll find raw materials, and when you win the loop, which will take between 10 to 20 minutes, you are paid in more resources. This is the horror loop where you will earn materials. Now, of equal importance is the spend materials loop. This is back on board your tug with your friends in a safe environment. You're going to feed those materials into printers to make new gear, to make new machinery, and even to upgrade your tug, as I mentioned. So that's important for taking on tougher jobs which come later in the game. Now, the reason why we have 2 loops working together for one purpose is because a horror game can't be scary all the time. You have to have ways to allow the players to back off themselves, because if it's always intense, it's never intense. So what we're doing here is we're giving players an opportunity to self-pace that horror experience for themselves. There'll be some players who just want to jump straight back in. There'll be some who just want to goof around on the ship. So we provide that loop. It makes it sticky, it makes it fun, it makes it challenging. So in Cold Salvage, you survive together, and then you craft together. So what do you actually do in Cold Salvage? Well, we operate on 3 core streams of needs. Firstly, and most importantly, you have to survive the moment. In Cold Salvage, you're moving through an unstable environment where the air may be bad. There may be threats and hazards in the environment itself that you then have to navigate and negotiate. You'll be carrying limited air supplies, you'll be carrying limited tools. If you are managing to survive the moment, that's great. But secondly, you are an engineer. You actually have a job to do. You'll be taking equipment into the environments to find, diagnose, and repair damage to the ship in order to return it to dock. You'll also be, apologies, I've just lost my, yes, sorry. You'll also be trying to avoid the monster as you move through the environments. And then thirdly, in a much larger sense, you're actually contributing to a larger war effort. So as you roleplay as an engineer, you're trying to return these ships to the front lines. You'll upgrade your gear, you'll upgrade your tug, which then allows you to move through and work on tougher contracts, bigger contracts later on. The layered mechanics approach is really important to the core of Cold Salvage because when you have simple mechanics that interact together, you can expand on those later on, or you can prototype them easily. What we're looking for is something that has a lot of replayability. And so by adding in a new feature to the game, a new environment, some kind of new monster, we can make that interact in interesting ways with the existing mechanics and make sure that we keep the game fresh through its development cycle and beyond. So let's just talk really quickly about how multiplayer will work. From the beta onwards, this game will be peer-to-peer. You will sign on to a tug, and that is a game save that exists on someone's PC. We will also provide the tools to self-host a persistent, dedicated server. What we intend to do is to bring in a crossplay at a later date using an opt-in Epic Online services to connect PC to consoles. And then our current plan is to provide dedicated servers for a small fee. This is early in planning, so it's all subject to change. Right, so quickly going through the aesthetic. The environments here are realistic, they're physics-based, you're inside of a spaceship. So we're looking at foggy environments, dark but not black, like pitch black corridors, talking about clutter and a lot of visual things to go on and sort of take that cognitive load on. The player characters themselves, you are role-playing as a salvage engineer. You're wearing bright colors. In high vis, you can craft new gear as you progress. But in essence, you're not a soldier, you're a worker. And so the look of the players themselves will be based in that very real world. The monsters, however, they're biomechanical horrors. They look very distinct. They have flashing lights on them as they move around the environment and become more angry with you. You should always be able to spot it when it moves into view, and it should look and sound a little unnatural. Now, in this game, we are relying heavily on the audio experience of the game. So we have a system of spatial audio, which means that if a monster is down a corridor and left or right around the corner, you're not going to know where it is. It's coming from the corridor only. We are taking the lead from really immersive horror experiences where the ambiguity provides the horror. This thing isn't going to be stalking you all the time. You're going to hear cues in the environment. You're going to hear hissing steam. There's going to be a lot of confusion and a lot of ambiguity. We're going to tell, not show in the environment by providing a lot of opportunities for you to stop and go, what was that? Am I in danger here? So let's talk briefly about the market. Multiplayer is hot, horror is hot, and we're going to jump straight into that. So it's a very big market, obviously. It is very, very streamable. And in our studio, we've already built up a little bit of a following in other horror titles, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And we intend to capitalize on that to kind of push our platform out to give Cold Salvage a really solid launch. If you had to characterize what Cold Salvage is, think of a bit of a genre mashup between the three titles down the bottom. So it is a short, multiplayer, small map horror where you are crafting, and the thing that is hunting you, you can't actually kill it. You can only outwit it and hide from it. Our release platforms are pretty straightforward. Initially, we're going to release on Steam in early access. Followed by that, we will introduce Epic Online Services and Epic Store. That is in preparation for eventual porting to console, which will require publisher input, which is why we're speaking to you. Let's look at what that looks like in terms of a roadmap. So right now, we're in 2025. We are working on our tech demo. The tech demo contains the right half of that play loop, which is the salvage side. That will be a fully playable experience that we will be testing internally. Once that is complete, we then move on to the alpha playable, which contains the other side, the crafting side. Once you put the two parts together, that is the whole game in a nutshell. And from that point onwards, we will start our closed alpha testing, move through to open beta testing, and we're targeting to release after Steam Next Fest in October next year. We would like to launch around spooky season 2026, and so all of our efforts are targeted towards that end date. After that comes console porting and beyond. We think, again, because this is a game of layered mechanics, it should be a pretty straightforward experience to iterate on that over time. So what are we looking for from you? Well, aside from funding, we are seeking all of the typical services to take our prototypes and demo all the way to early access and then beyond. We believe in this project, and we're ready to start expanding on our existing channels to push Cold Salvage into a must-have title in October 2026. So I'm just going to introduce you to the team. So this is us. I'm the chap on the left there, and we've worked on a few titles together. Headlights on the bottom right, it's important to note that's our own title, and that's where we've got a couple of thousand current channel viewers, and we've got a combined impressions count for that game in the millions. And so that's basically our seed community from which we're going to push this platform. So we are ramping this project up as we're ramping Headlights down. That is our general intention. So, no doubt you'll want to know more because this project is amazing, and you can find me on these details. And I don't have a QR code, but I will be adding one to the end of the slide. Thank you very much.
So you came in at 8 minutes and 52, and then you're going to get the question of doom. Could you do that
Go
10
for it.
times in a day?
I'd probably run out of steam.
Yeah.
Too many words.
Yeah. Way too many words. All right, let's take it back to the start, Gareth.
Sure thing.
And hey, look, if that's your first pitch ever, hey, good job, right?
Thank you.
So nice title slide. The only that I got a question mark around early access and whether that would
Sure.
whether you would put that on the title, but we'll come to talk about your early access in general. Yeah, look, great to see you've got Unity, Steam, blah blah blah. The reference, yeah, I mean, I think broadly looking at your timeline, you're too early to actually pitch this. So some of the feedback will be based around the fact that you are too early to pitch this. But whatever. Other than that, yeah, I don't have anything more on that. Did you, V?
Probably just put a date instead of saying we're early access Q3 2026. Just put the actual date that you're presenting, like again, Feb 2023 or 2025. I can figure out what year it is. I'm
Yeah.
just thrown by Q3 26. Yeah,
Sure thing.
I'm not sure about then the price. I don't know if there's a thing, John. If you're
I'm not. I kind
here
of
nor
don't
there.
mind. I don't normally see it there. That's fine. It also gets into that whole early access thing of like, you've got an early access price, and then do you have a V1.0's price? And it's like,
Yeah.
So I don't think that necessarily needs to be on that.
Sure thing.
All right. And then we have 3 screenshots that you talked over, and I did not like that at all.
Yes. I had a feeling that would be a sticky point. I did have screenshots in the page, but they look very small and generic. I'm not quite sure how to crack that nut.
So I think the thing is, what I want. Can you go to the first slide after the screenshot? The screenshots look nice, right? Don't get me wrong. But we got to this, and it's like I kind of wanted. So there's too much information on this page, right? There's loads of information. It's good information, but there is way too much. It's almost like this needs to be a couple of slides, and the first slide after your title just tells you about, like, hey, what is cold salvage, right? And that kind of feels a little bit like maybe that's possibly the bullets on the left. I don't know.
Yep.
I think talking about on your first slide about what cold salvage is, you want to say, hey, look, it's a horror survival, like the kind of the genre stuff. You want to talk about that. And whether then you do have any screenshots or something on that, but there's way too much information on this, and it was just, it's like I don't know where to look, and then you're talking over it, which you have to, but it's like, oh my god, right? So I think what you've got there in your sort of your box with your summary, that's good information. I'm not sure it's helping on this slide. I want to see it somewhere, absolutely, but I don't know if I want to see it here. And that what you've got there at the bottom, like this, a brutal war of attrition ravages the outer colonies. Our ships cannot be lost to the weapons of old Earth. That's all right. Like maybe is that your first slide with some screen? I don't know. It's
one thing I had been going on as advice is the deck might have 2 versions, which is one you send for digestion and one that you present, and this would be the sending version, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it's there's just a lot. There's a lot here, and it was a lot of you. There's a lot of time trying to read and a lot of time trying to listen to, and it's tricky. So I think that needs to be split up.
I would advise a word of caution around that approach, where there's one that you present and there's one that you send through for digestion. Because again, from these big pitch sessions that we do, I mean, it's one deck. You don't get both decks, and so you want to have all the information concisely on there. The other thing too is I have seen that done, and it's actually quite confusing, where you suddenly get bombarded by all this additional information that the person didn't present.
Yeah.
That again, you can inadvertently cause confusion like that. One thing I will say, and it's obviously an issue with the color palette in the game, and I get why you've gone there, but it's really freaking dark, this whole deck, apart from the splashes of color that you get with the spacesuits from the workers. It's just visually on a small screen quite difficult to even to kind of read and make head or tail of it.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm always a fan of like bolding keywords to make it easier to read. So maybe in your bullet points on the left, the keywords of like customize, or I don't know, just to make it easier to read. I had a question. Something that you didn't talk about later on was the monetization, where it's a premium, but there's also a currency. So there's in-app purchases.
Oh yeah. The idea of a premium currency, like it's a little bit half-baked, but like I said, I was talking about the server model, so that's something I'm going to rip out for simplicity. That is a discussion that can happen much further down the line, I think.
Yeah, I think just like it's $22.99 and leave it at that. You start to complicate things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. move on. So yes, this slide was quite a bit brighter, but then it kind of didn't look in style too much. It's also the way that, and I know what you're saying. You've got your spend and your find loops, but you've actually defined them as a single loop rather than 2 loops, which is kind of like, I was like, where's the second loop? And it's a bit. And I don't know, like, if any of that can be supported with imagery from in-game. You've got quite a lot of information in there. Because I think I'm inferring from the screenshots that this is a first-person game, but I don't know if you ever explicitly say
it. In the wall of text previously, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I would almost have a picture of that. I mean, when you further on, you've got more assets, obviously, having a good picture of a first-person character on your front page, and then this kind of background of what they're traversing through. Seen that one done before. It just puts a context on who am I in this game.
Yeah. And then so receive pay, that, and I assume, so I can these are things that I can purchase: the basic tools, reaction mass, fuel, and O2, and what have you. Yeah. Okay.
This could be clearer. This graphic was from fairly early on, so before the deck style was solidified.
I like what you were talking about, the decreasing and increasing tension, but it's like the presentation on this slide just was like, wait, what now?
Sure thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Cool.
Next one.
The next one's another wall of text, but I think this could be compressed a lot.
So way too much text. This is way too complex for a pitch deck. Okay. You need to sort of show me as much as you can, rather than tell me. So I guess what you're saying is you've got these 3 things of survive the moment, be the engineer, and help win the war. And there, I don't know how to represent that better.
Almost doing like a visual thing of the character doing a survival activity, the character being an engineer, and the character with a gun or something win the war, whatever that is. But it's just about showing the broad concepts of the game rather than this detail.
Because I think, like, those 3 categories, cool. The detail, you can talk about the detail when somebody's in, but it's like it's just way too. I mean, it's interesting, but it's way too much to take in. It's like, oh my god. And again,
there's less text on this one.
It's not so there is less text on this one. I think.
Do you need to have this discussion on the first time that you're pitching to someone? Because this is a second rung discussion to me.
There's a lot of
it was one of the main headings in the workshop from 2 weeks ago. So
yes, it was.
Wouldn't have included it otherwise.
Yeah. So I think. So how many players multiplayer was it?
1 to 4.
1 to 4. Okay.
You kind of want to talk about the experience rather than the how.
Yeah. I think that the technical details, because all of a sudden I noted down a whole load of things about the technical details, and basically that's me going off reservation. Whereas I actually want to hear about, like, so we're all co-op, we're doing this. I would say talk more about, like, what it's going to be and why it's fun, and, like,
got it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have this kind of spec detail in some where are we so far, or what are we going to deliver a bit later in the deck. But again, this is about the why does co-op multiplayer make this fun, and then something around that.
Yeah,
we're still building hype for the game at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I, throughout this, I was thinking about abiotic factor, right? And I don't know if you've spoken to those boys, but just about how they went about that would be really interesting, because I know, they would be having all the same kind of conversations and all the same thoughts that you are about it. And I don't think they had anything like this level of detail in their pitch.
No, in their pitch, they had scientists standing around doing goofy stuff with a friend sort of deal. You know, it was more about the fun of it rather than
Yeah.
the
Got it.
technical
So,
detail.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Just sweet. The aesthetic, the images for me were too small.
Yeah.
It just, I think what you were talking about was fine. When you say AAUI, what are you
Yeah,
referring to?
just not you know, Lethal Company, not rough, not rough like that, just smooth. I think that's a setting I can, that's a phrase I can rip out. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
that's
Because I mean,
I think clean UI.
okay, yeah, right. Okay. I mean, I think, just way too small. It's like, it's nice. Like, I appreciate that some concept art in there. But I'm kind of more interested, I think, in if you can show me sort of in game where you're at and what you're aiming for.
For sure.
And again, just a lot of info on there talking about the audio system and stuff. But
Sure thing.
this one with the market, yeah, absolutely. I immediately thought of Alien Isolation when you started talking about this. I think I wouldn't talk about what the revenue was for horror games because a publisher can get better data than you. They know that horror games are what they are. So player-generated content. What player-generated content are you doing?
So that's not in the sense that they're like building like a Minecraft. It's more the players.
It's more about streaming
interactions between the players. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think horror sales go was fun, crafting sticky. I think what you want to do is you want to talk about what are you offering that these games don't, and you kind of are, but you're doing it as a single line. So I think almost like your bullet points could probably all go, and then you talk about like, well, what is it? You know, people who are playing Phasmophobia, why are they going to be playing your game? What is it you're bringing them? Why are people like, so with Alien Isolation, you know, I think you've got the perfect example of like, oh, you know, Alien Isolation players will be keen because it's like Alien Isolation, but they can play it with their mates, and it's like that's cool, right? So it's like you're trying to build the market, trying to say, hey, there is a target market for this, and at the moment you're touching on it, you're not being explicit enough for me.
There was a line on the last slide, like no Doom 3 jump scares.
Yeah.
You need to talk more about what the game is, not what it isn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah.
I would avoid things like horror sales co-op is fun, crafting is sticky. I mean, they're obviously design principles to you, but I mean, the publisher's going to know more about what does and does not sell than you do.
I mean, I think as well, you know, because you're coming from New Zealand, you know, do you want to talk about any relation you have to abiotic factor? You know, in terms of like, it's all. I mean, it's not horror in the same way, but it's like, you know, is your game going to like appeal to people who play abiotic factor? Abiotic factor is an early access success story. It would not hurt you to sort of be associated with it, right? The other one, because when you're talking about, and I could have got completely the wrong end of the stick here, but when you're talking about like you're going off and you're getting stuff, you know, from each of these places and you're kind of harvesting or whatever, it made me think of, do you know Blackbird Interactive's game Hard Space Shipbreaker?
Yeah.
It made me wonder if there was a relation, like if there was any similarity to that. And I don't know if there is or not, right? But it made me think of it, and I wonder if that's worth looking at and saying, hey, you know, because that's, if I remember right, I can't remember if that's co-op or not, but I know it's cross-platform. Yeah.
Cool. Very good.
Sweet.
I predict that this is a bit too much as well.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, I mean, maybe this is where your summary slide is about what the game is rather than this particularly.
Yeah.
I think you did a timeline slide as well, but maybe it's that. Oh, okay, go back. Yeah, so back to your platform slide just for a minute. So why go to Epic Games?
it's technical reasons. Just because Epic Online is the way that we've chosen to do cross-platform.
But do you well? So the reason I would say there is that you will see over 90% of PC sales on Steam. Epic is absolutely negligible, and in the way that Dog is for life, not just for Christmas, so is a platform. And so you are updating Epic. Every time you update, you have to update it on Epic. You cannot let them get out of sync. And you're creating work for yourself. I think, check by all means, but I believe you can use Epic Online services without necessarily having the game on Epic.
I'm pretty sure that you can, yeah.
Because
absolutely, yeah. So we're after their multiplayer platform. We don't really care about their store.
Yeah,
Yeah, but if you're going to be on their store
like,
anyway, you still have to support it.
Yeah, if you can have publishers will, if they see that there's an opportunity to go to Epic and there's some money to be made, like Epic might give a minimum guarantee in the same way that GOG might give a minimum guarantee. But the actual amount of revenue you see from any of those platforms is so negligible.
Got it.
So I think the whole thing of you're planning to go to Epic Games, there's just 0 point to it.
Sure.
If a publisher says, "Hey, we've got a deal," and we've got 50 grand or something from Epic to go to, okay, fine. But it's like, yeah, Epic on its own isn't worth it.
Sure.
So that the gold release. So I think this slide needs to be more about like your summary of what the game is, and then if we move on to your timeline.
Yeah.
Your roadmap. Okay. Cool. So I mean, I think you're far too early to pitch in general, just because you've not got enough to pitch with. But that's sort of by the by. I think one of the things that I would want to see. So where I've seen early access titles succeed and fail is in their management of that early access period. So I mean, you're looking there at about a year in early access. If you're intending to early access in Q3 2026 and like gold in Q3 2027, so about a year. I'm confused that the whole crossplay release on Epic, well, there's nothing to do there, because if you're just using Epic Online but you're not going to Epic, you're not cross-playing with anybody. Crossplay is your console release, right? So I'm more interested in what are you doing? What is your roadmap for early access? Where I've seen games succeed or fail is when they, manage their early access roadmap and they are clear to their consumers about like, hey, we're going into early access. This is what you're getting in the piece. This is what's out. And at the moment, I have no clue. Like somewhere in that year, like so after 6 months or 3 months or whatever it is, you're adding Epic, but you don't need to. I don't know what what is happening. What is it more levels? Is it more what's the functionality that folks are getting? That's the value proposition of early access. And then working out your release cadence during early access. Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? You tell me, but work out what it is that you're doing during early access. Otherwise, why aren't you just releasing at 1.0? So I think Abiotic Factor has done a good job managing early access. I think they've done pretty well there. They've had some spicy moments when they released things that weren't tested enough, but that's early access for you. Another game that I point at, so my friends at Prideful Sloth here in Brisbane with their Go-Go Town, very, very different game, but they've managed their early access extremely well in terms of having a roadmap, giving some high-level stuff, and then basically they are under-promising and over-delivering every time. So their players are delighted and they communicate with their players a lot. Their roadmap is very clear. And that's what you need to get across. And at the moment, I have no idea what you're doing in early access. And that's a problem.
Sure.
It's almost like why are we doing early access? If the publisher could potentially fund you to full release, then that's on there anyway. So I'm not sure this needs to be in there.
But that's a sort of bigger discussion about So I mean, why are you going to early access because you want player feedback? Is it because you need to release it now and start getting some money through the door? All of the above? I don't know. Is it just because that's what you're supposed to do in this genre, early access? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got some ideas as to the whys, but yeah, cool. We'll make that a
Yep.
lot clearer and put a roadmap
Alright.
in there.
Great.
Pro
Awesome.
tip: if you don't have to do EA, don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
for sure. Yeah. So these numbers are made up.
And that's fine. So I think here is like, what I want to see is what does that money buy me, and when does it get it me? And so then it's like, yeah, you want marketing, you want porting, whatever. I think what you bring is that less about that. That's more about like maybe we are here on the roadmap kind of thing. Yeah.
You're not asking for support. You're asking them to do it for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
You
true.
want, yeah, those are the services that you want.
The other thing too is you mentioned voice acting earlier on in the deck. It's not here, and there's no word count, and there's no languages.
Yeah.
So yeah, having like listen, I think you said 8+ languages or 8 languages or something. It's like name them. Whether you do end up having your sort of summary slide and you'd have it on there, and your age rating and what have you, and again like the price, because that needs to be like on your summary slide or also here. The other thing, like with your budget, so I mean this is just the number is made up and that's fine, right? But what I would advise you, if you're going into early access, that you need to make sure that money is covering you. You've got money in the bank, because you're not going to see revenue day one on early access, right?
Yeah.
So that's a cash flow. That's a businessy thing. We start getting a little bit outside the realms of this, but I always worry about it with people. And I know developers who had funding and then essentially run out of funding, but they haven't delivered 1.0, and it's caused a lot of consternation with players and the publisher, and I've been in the middle, and that's been heaps of fun. Yeah. All right.
Cool. And then just people's faces
the
and
key team.
stuff.
So you talked a bit about Head Lice, but you didn't. I think you kind of need to give a little bit more feedback. Like, hey, Head Lice is it's the studio's first title on their own. Talk about what you've achieved with that. Talk about like, did you? I forget, or I don't know, or whatever. Did you get any funding for Head Lice, like from Code or from anywhere else, or?
No. So
taken it to shows. Have you done?
We've done everything we think we're supposed to do. I think internally we're reasonably certain. Game's great, but it just doesn't have the commercial legs. We've got a nice seed platform to jump from, and so this is us trying to build on that and at least reuse that, if nothing else.
So I think that's great, and I would talk more about that in terms of like, hey, we did this, and this is what we've identified, and we're feeding all of this into this game. All that experience we've had from this game, we're feeding in and going, hey, this is let's get the positive out of what Head Lice is. And it's like with Untamed Isles and Third Kingdom, did you all work somewhere else at that, or what's the context?
Yeah, so those two are on my credit roll. The other two are on the third one. So you'd recommend just splitting them side by side, or?
Yeah, just give it a little bit of like what you've done, and then what those boys have done and doing, and then it's like, hey, look, we're taking all the learnings from Head Lice, and this is what we're doing with this game.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
I think you've got the credits. Oh, sorry, your contact.
Oh yeah, that's this.
Yeah,
they could do a little punch.
Cool. Like Vids,
We've talked about all that. We don't need to cover it again.
All that other stuff. But other than that,
yeah.
All right. Thank you, Gareth. And honestly, first pitch, hey, good job, man.
Thank you kindly. All right.
We might take a break here. How long do you need, John?
Oh, could you give me 10 minutes so I can try and shovel in some early lunch?
All right, cool. So we'll come back. It's 2:25 here. We'll come back at 2:35, 36.
Is it sharing, by the way? I'm using Zoom browser.
Yeah, it's sharing. That's great.
All right, cool. I'm ready to start.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
The world ends in 5 days. You have a stolen hover truck, a leaky fuel tank, and some new friends you're not sure you can trust. The spaceport is thousands of miles away. Which route will you take? I'm Amila, a producer at Moon Candy, here to present Last Mile Planet, a high-octane vehicle action game on a doomed planet. So Last Mile Planet is a single-player, high-octane 3D vehicle action game set in a world that ends in 5 days. You've got just one more ride in you to traverse a procedurally generated world, collect parts to build your murder truck, recruit crew to manipulate into perfect weapons, and fight strategically to survive. So what makes our game unique? Inspired by games like FTL and Transistor, we've combined real-time action with strategy for a unique take on vehicle combat in a sci-fi Mad Max-inspired world. In the first screenshot on the left, you will see the player vehicle ramming into an enemy, and this is an action that happens in real time. And then in the second screenshot, where the camera is zoomed out, you'll see planning mode, where time is slowed, so you're able to pause and strategize to choose your abilities to execute. In Last Mile Planet, your objective is to get to the space elevator before the world is destroyed. To support this goal, our gameplay focuses on 4 key verbs: fight, build, recruit, and escape. So fight to survive. You'll need to use planning mode to slow down time, to strategize and queue abilities, then execute your moves while skillfully driving. Build your vehicle, scavenge the world, and collect a wide array of diverse upgrades and weapons to build a murder truck that supports your playstyle. Recruit your crew. Bring a crew on board, learn about them, and deepen your relationships to unlock powerful traits and abilities. And make your escape. Keep one eye on the horizon and the other on your resources as you balance fuel, engine wear, and fatigue while finding key areas of interest on a newly generated open world every run. Progression of the game is influenced by your interaction with these 4 pillars. For our look and feel, Last Mile Planet will feature a stylized 3D world with unique areas to explore on the horizon, and a diverse cast of 2D characters to bring along for the ride. Our art goals are to be painterly, glitchy, and legible. In the first image on the top, we wondered how we could achieve a painterly style in a 3D world. So we recreated this sparse painting in Unity to prove to ourselves that this art style is achievable. In the second image below, we wondered how we could communicate the oppression of this world through atmosphere and silhouette. Our focus is to add legible silhouettes on the horizon to entice players to explore, but also deduce if an area is safe enough to explore. In the third image, we wondered how our characters could stand out, but remain complementary and add depth to the painterly world. We chose to have a different art style for our characters, one that feels more digital and glitchy. For our market analysis, Izzy has spent countless hours examining over 150 games, and you can view the list in detail at the link in the slide. For this slide, we focused on these 4 titles to identify what their players would like about Last Mile Planet. Mad Max players will love the emphasis on driving and using your vehicle as a weapon. Dredge and Sable players will love exploring our stylized world while meeting engaging characters and uncovering a compelling narrative about the world. Everspace players will love the roguelike action with deep vehicle customization. Through external playtests and online communities, we were able to validate that our players are fans of Mad Max, Star Wars, strategic combat and customization, and interesting narrative worlds. Sorry, my slides aren't going next. There we go. Some kind words from strangers on Blue Sky when Izzy shared in-progress gameplay. WTF, this is so cool. This looks like something my dad and I would play together while he's yelling some awful strategy that would not work, and when it does work, I won't hear the end of it. Oh, this looks super cool. I remember walking out of the cinema after seeing Fury Road and felt like someone should make a game like this. Glad to see someone's doing it. And oh my God, I love this. It sounds weird, but this is what childhood me wanted to do with the speeders in Star Wars 4. I'll be watching for more. Our target platform is Steam for Windows with keyboard and controller support. And in the future, we'd love to be able to port to consoles. The expected ESRB rating for this game is teen, and our target languages for localization are English, simplified and traditional Chinese, French, Italian, German, Spanish, and Brazilian Portuguese. So we are currently in pre-production working towards our vertical slice, but our journey to this point started way back in 2020 when Izzy began solo development on Last Mile Planet. Our team formed in June 2022, and in January 2023, we entered our concept phase for Last Mile Planet. The business was incorporated in April with $50,000 USD in friends and family funding coming in 1 month later. We used those funds to get a playable prototype in order to conduct our first formal external playtest. We continued development for another year, working towards a second formal playtest milestone. Looking to the future, our milestones include completing our vertical slice in October this year. Then in February 2026, releasing a Steam demo, hitting alpha in June, beta in October, and then releasing Last Mile Planet on Steam in the Q2 window of April to June 2027. To help us hit these milestones, we need to expand our team. Our ask is $1.5 million USD, and you can view our budget breakdown in the link. But this covers team salaries and benefits, subscriptions, co-working space, hardware, travel, and events. Our suggested retail price for the game is 25 USD, and we'd also need additional support with QA, marketing, localization, and porting. And here is the core Moon Candy crew. Isabel Shasha specializes in programming, design, and art. Marguerite Dibble in narrative and UI UX design. Megan McAvoy in art direction, and myself, Amila Nuhajic, in production and operations. The games we've shipped at past studios include Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor, a 2016 Indiecade winner for Best Story / World Design, Pathogen, a 2013 iOS App Store winner of Best New Game, Paparazzi, and Jurassic World Alive. And within the team, we've also shipped 2 small games together, Misha, I Love You, which was born out of our internal game jam, and A Garden for Zone 47, which was our first project to establish how we work together. So the world ends in 5 days. You have a stolen hover truck, a leaky fuel tank, and some new friends you're not sure you can trust. The spaceport is thousands of miles away. Which route will you take? Thanks everyone for your time, and I'm looking forward to your feedback.
So that's at on just on 7 minutes 50. I just want to know is when can we just actually play this? Because I would like this now, please.
Oh,
Could you just finish it and we'd be done with it? That'd be great.
Yeah, like just stop talking. Come on, just off you go. Go and make it now, please. Yeah.
thank you.
Cool.
But
All
we'll
right,
talk about the deck.
You know how it works by now.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for that, Amila. Yeah, listen. Really, the actual the style of presentation and stuff is really, really nice. It felt pretty consistent all the way through. That was great. Yeah, the only thing I would add on your title slide here is the other platforms that you want to go to, because you want to take this to other platforms, right? Just add them.
Okay.
Other than that, I think you've got all the information there.
The only thing that I'm going to suggest is if you're going to present this in front of a big crowd, obviously just make your name and the email address, if you want to have that on the front title slide, just make it bigger, because again, people are photographing it. Yeah, you mentioned, John, you mentioned the platform logos. That's obviously like and then we've got a kind of staggered release thing again, which we're going to say the same stuff about. But yeah,
cool. All right, lovely. Okay. This I like the slide in terms of it gave me all the information I wanted. You bolded some bits for me, which was cool. I think the only bit, and it's really hard, and it's not really criticism, is you read it a little bit rather than talk around it, and that's hard to do. Yeah. Also, the only other thing is the screenshot's a little bit muddy, and I don't know if you've got any that are just a little bit kind of brown, which maybe that's just the game, right? But it's like
I want to see the murder truck. Show me the murder truck. It's such a cool catchphrase.
Yeah,
You've
yeah,
got to show that, and particularly if you're going to hit that Mad Max Fury Road thing, it's the first thing that you see is the
yeah, yeah. It's cool. Yeah, other than that, really liked it. Great. Next slide, please. Yeah, look, this was cool. I liked that. You know, this it told me everything I needed to really, really quickly. The just the description of what what the game is. It's like, oh, cool. You know, like that mashup. I liked it. The white and the text you used at the bottom was a little jarring for me because you're very stylish, and then we've got that. I don't know how you bring that into style with your game, but it just like was a bit the really interested in the whole thing of like you've got the real time and the slowdown. I thought was really interesting, and I kind of want to know more about that. And I know we talk about it a little bit on the next slide, but I kind of want a little bit more detail, I think, because it's something that strikes me as very different.
Okay.
It's something slightly. It's just an odd, and again, it's the context is okay here, but it's just a little an odd thing to say. Inspired by games like FTL and Transistor, and then you've got this unique take on vehicle combat. But if you're inspired by how is it unique, I kind of did that little mental what? I didn't quite. Yeah, it's just so maybe if there's a way that you can rephrase that.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it's just you remove that inspired by, so you go, we've combined real-time action with strategy for a unique take on vehicle combat in a sci-fi Mad Max inspired world. Does that fix it for you, V?
Yeah, something that gets better, but it's something to be workshopped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that unique is a very strange word, and the way that if you're setting up, and then if it's like, well, hang on here, how is this unique if you're inspired? Yeah. Anyway, keep going.
Right.
Just a follow-up question for you, John. When you said like the white text, do you mean like on the slide where it has the? Oh, I have a pointer.
No, sorry.
Here?
When I say I mean like the bit at the white border around everything.
Oh,
at the bottom.
this.
Yeah, that. So that
Okay.
just like it seems quite jarring with the style of the rest of it, and then like the sort of small text, and it's a bit bland.
Okay.
Sorry. Get to the space out there. Yeah. Okay. I liked so these four things are cool. Their titles, they're in caps, but they feel a little small to me. But this is where I want to know more. So I like, what can I do in planning mode? I don't know what the gameplay is there. I'm interested in it, but I don't know what it is. So it's like, what is it can I do in that? And I'm not saying let's just add loads of slides for the sake of it, but it's like, tell me about it, because the planning mode thing seems really, this feels like one of your unique selling points. So
yeah,
sell it to me and show me if you can. Does it exist yet, or is it like?
Yeah, it exists. I think one thing I really wanted to try like not using any GIFs or videos because I was thinking about what you said about a PDF. But I think it'd be worth it down to maybe like break down planning mode like step by step if I can't show it in motion.
Yeah, I mean, if you had
yeah.
like 2 or 3 like images of like bits of your, you combine your moves, do this devastating combat or whatever it is. I don't know, because I don't know enough about the games, but I kind of want to. I'm really interested in that, and I want to know more, which is a good thing. But so show me if you can. And the same thing with the build your vehicle. It's like
not showing upgrades when you're talking about vehicle. I want to know what I can do to my murder truck again.
Yeah.
So I think those are things that it's just like, show me, don't tell me. I mean, you can tell me obviously, but like show me, because I think those things are so visual and so like, how are you going to be different? And I feel you're going to be quite different with those, and I just want to see them. To an extent with the recruit your crew, it's like, what are my crew doing? Why do I have a crew? I'm not sure I know. And so maybe that's something to explain a bit. And then with this make your escape, is this the first time that you talk about it being newly generated every run, or have we talked about that previously?
It could be the first time.
Yeah, because maybe that wants to be on an earlier, your earlier slide, your sort of first slide where you're talking about, hey, what is the game? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. The next one. Okay. I don't like the can we. As you were explaining it, I then got the gist that, oh, okay, the images on the left are from in-game and the images on the right are the inspiration. It's super cool that you're telling me like what you were doing and how, but on its own, this almost gives me the impression that you're like, hey, do you know what? We don't know if we can do this, but we'd like to. Whereas when you were telling me, like, so if you're not in the room with this deck, I'm like, they don't know if they can even achieve this art style. What are they doing? But you're telling me you have, and you're showing me you have, and it's like it's getting that information across a little bit better. And also, like I'm assuming it's difficult. Is that Hades down the side with the characters that I can't really read? It's black on black text. So I think I love what we wanted to do this. We proved that we can. That's what I want to get across, and I don't get that from this slide, just in the way that it's presented. Partly because you're showing the after before the before kind of thing. So it's like you're not showing me Sparth. You're showing me, hey, here's our image. Oh, and can we achieve Sparth? But I kind of want it to be the way around. Of like, this is what we wanted to see if we could. Oh, hey, look, we did this. And I love that. It's a great. I actually really like the examples that you've chosen and said, hey, look, this is our take on it, and like we can prove that it works. But it's just the way that you're presenting it on that slide is confusing me.
The other thing too is like obviously when you're talking about things like crew and equipment and stuff like that is a great time to show off your art. I mean, because then we get to see like the mechanic character over here and the weapons master over there and all those.
And if you did end up having slides or half slides or whatever on each of those features that we talked about on the last one, then maybe you'd have that art there and it wouldn't need to be here as well. But absolutely, cool. Yeah. This one. So I liked the bottom half of your slide. I wasn't super stoked with the top half. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the benefit. I don't think everybody's going to follow your link to view the list of games here. I might do, but that's just me. What you've got at the bottom is why players will love Last Mile Planet. That's the real meat of it. So with those, show me Mad Max, show me like, hey, this is what we've got, because it looks like you've got imagery to support all this, right? And so if you can, it's like, oh look, vehicle combat in Mad Max. Hey, here's vehicle combat in Last Mile Planet. Fantastic, that's awesome. So, and I think the examples that you've got are good. I like the games, the variety of games you've chosen as well, I think is also, it's outside, they're not all direct competitors by any means. It's like, obviously I know Dredge super well wearing the t-shirt, but obviously it's a single player game. It isn't about combat, but I also agree that looking at the style of your game, I can see the reference. So I think this slide could be a lot more about the visuals of what they are and what you've got, and less about the Excel spreadsheet.
The Excel spreadsheet, like I said, so I mean, even in a live presentation, no one can click the link. So so that's going to be something that it's just kind of, but I mean, that's great to have that you got that work there. That is a second, like, once we get over this initial pitch, then we in a second line discussion we can bring up the fact you've done all this analysis.
Yeah. And you can talk about, but I think your choices are great. I think it shows that you know what you're talking about. It gives me confidence. I like it. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So again, a little bit like Olivier's. It's like the stats aren't particularly. Yeah. I get it. If they were bigger, they are what they are, right? And it's like, and I get it. As it stands, it's like I wouldn't do this. Like the quotes are nice, but it's like it's not.
The quotes would be fine if you had someone, if you're exhibiting at like a Day of the Devs or at a PAX or something like that. Then it makes sense because they're actually real people saying this stuff. Everyone has good social media comments. It's not it's not a particular sale by itself.
Yeah. Okay. But that's that's okay. Yep. No, that's fine.
Move on.
Yeah, this one. yeah, I liked this a lot. I want to see logos on here instead of words. I also want to just a reiteration rather that you're using Unity. And
Mhm.
do you have any idea of word count?
I don't.
Okay,
But that comment was in my brain. But yeah,
you're welcome.
I don't
You're
have a
welcome.
word count.
Other than that, the other thing here, like maybe you put your price on here, maybe you put your release window, whatever, just to sort of have that there. But other than that, yeah, that's fine. It's giving me
Just the only thing
and
is
rather than
obviously the publisher's going to make the platform choices, not you. So just have everything there that you can do it.
yeah,
Okay.
and then I think your target, whether you want to refer to that as your lead platform, and then instead of future porting, just like other platforms or porting platforms rather than future. So I don't know if the plan is to try and do SimShip. I would always prefer SimShip. It's not always possible, whatever. Yeah, cool. Other than that,
Question,
that's
given that you're in Unity, why not putting Switch on there?
I don't know. We just haven't discussed Switch at all. That's
Yeah, but if a publisher's doing the porting for it, then
yeah.
why not? Like,
I mean, if
obviously, you
anything,
want
yeah,
to
we're talking.
be sure that it can do for whatever technical reason,
Mm,
I mean, looking at your date,
performance-wise.
I'd put Switch 2 in there.
okay.
And there's no harm. And again, as I said earlier to Olivia, it's like if a publisher says, "Hey, we don't see a market for it on this platform," cool. You probably won't cry.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's all good.
Mainly because I'm
the
a Switch
other-
player and I want to play the game. So,
yeah. The other thing, because I sort of got here and noted that I don't really have much of an idea of your scope. And if we go to the so I think timeline was next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was writing down what is FNF and then figuring out that it was friends and family. Yeah. It's
you could say like a funding raise. You don't need to say friends and family on there. The other thing you don't need to have is an incorporation date on there. No one cares.
yeah. I mean, I think if you can make this visually more appealing, if like there's art or images that you could back these up with, that would be cool. The other thing is what is your like vertical slice? What's going to be in your vertical slice? What you're proving out, and your alpha and your beta, your Q2 2027, release window, fine. Steam demo in 2026, February. It's like, okay. Look, what are you planning on taking this? Are you going to try and take it to a PAX or a something, or I don't know.
I'm going to be honest. I have not thought about, like, we as a team have not really thought about events a lot.
That's
Yeah.
This would be because of the buildy kind of and the model, like having a 15-minute demo and doing that and getting some photos of players coming on engaging or that, like, it's not a terrible idea. Some people love it, some people hate it when it comes to those shows. And you've got an advantage given that you are a multi-geographic team. You've got multiple different shows that you could go to. So
and maybe,
again, when you're building those wish lists in the
look
community,
into the various Steam festivals and see, like, are there any that make sense for you to be in even before you're on sale, just to get wish lists. In terms of like, hey, we'll have the Steam page up and we'll be in the the builders sale or the builders festival or whatever. There's one for everything. Maybe consider that. But yeah, on it, it's like, again, I sort of get to here and it's like I still don't actually have any idea of what the scope of your game is, and I don't know. Again, it comes back to it's you mentioned what is generated every time, but it's like, okay, like I don't know what I want to hear about the scope, but I don't know anything about the scope right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. And the next one was your ask. Okay. So your budget breakdown. No, don't give your budget breakdown away. That's your proprietary information.
Is it? Okay.
Absolutely. If I followed that link, would it tell me how much you've got for contingency and profit?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I hope you've got contingency and profit. But what I mean is, a publisher or anybody you approach, they're interested in that headline figure. They're interested in what they're getting, when they're getting it. and what you want from them. So you've kind of got that. You don't need to share. If they want to know more detail, they will ask, and then you can decide what you share. There's a lot of times I see developers will come and they'll have a budget slide, and they'll have a pie chart, and they'll have not just percentages, but they'll have exact amounts they're spending. Oh, we're spending this much on art and this much on production, and it's like, no. I'm glad that you're tracking it. I'm glad that you've got a plan, and we'll see who's updating their decks right now. I'm looking at you, Craig. But anyway, I don't. When I'm looking at it as a publisher, I don't actually need that, and I don't think you should share it. If you give it to me, it means you're giving me the opportunity to pick it apart, and don't. Right? You tell me, hey, John, I want $1.5 million. Okay, cool. What am I getting for that? And then I go, does that feel like $1.5 million? Does it make sense? If I go into the weeds of like, but Amelia, you're spending how much on that? It's like, I don't think you're spending enough, or I think you're spending too much, or it just becomes a distraction. So no, you want $1.5 million. Thank you very much. Tell me when I get the game, what I'm getting it on. Again, some of the summary gets repeated here. So $1.5 million, that buys me Steam on PC. You want porting, you want localization, you want, all those sort of things. That's, and it's not additional support, it's services. You're not looking for support with QA. You want them to do it. It's it's a pedantic word thing, and I'll keep doing it for the rest of the day, so it's not just you, don't worry.
When he says the rest of the day, he means the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Localization, word count, and languages. This is not to do with your deck, but this is just a heads up. Your team, you've got developers that have shipped product before, and that's great. $1.5 million for a team that's got a couple of itch games behind you, just working as a team, is a lot. Yeah. So I'm just flagging that one. That's for you to take home and consult with your team. To give you some idea, Abiotic didn't ask for that. And that's a game that's shipped many, many, many hundreds of thousands of sales. But because it's a new team thing, there's ways and means and all that sort of thing to look in your budget. We've got a game with a team with a similar experience level, and they're sitting at about 750K, and even that one, I'll say right now, even that one, we're finding some difficulty getting traction with it. It's a very similar experience level with people on the team that shipped a bunch of headline product. So I'm just flagging that one to you, because when you do go out and pitch, that could be an issue.
Yeah, we definitely are very open to feedback on how much it costs. I think we're also considering ways we can scope the game down, like make a smaller version of it that's not as expensive. I think also the trouble is because the company is US based, there aren't a lot of public grants. So the money either comes from venture capital or publishers.
And it's also, if the majority of the team are being paid in US dollars, it just is more expensive.
I get all of that. I'm just throwing that one at you. So from experience, the sweet spot right now, if you're an indie game that indie team, it's your first big game together. Actually, the sweet spot's about 500K.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is just a piece of information for you to take home, and then for you to make. Now, I'm not saying make a 500K game. I'm saying that's where it's sitting right now.
Also, it's at the moment, it's very difficult for me to judge. Is this doesn't matter what figure you'd put in there. I don't actually know. I've got no real clue of the scope of the game and how replayable it is or what have you. I feel like it is. And I also know, I know V's going to buy it, but I'd like to know more than V will buy it. I think they will. It's like there's absolutely something but it's like trying to get across, this is worth this. They're going to be doing that. They're going to be doing the maths in their head on this. Cool. All right. And I think we have the team slide next. Cool. Yeah. Again, this is fine. I hope that's a wood wall and you're not all just lying down on wooden floor. I don't know, but look, suffer for your art. Do what you're going to do. I think attributing what each person has worked on, the level of experience, I think would be good. And then the fact that hey, we've shipped these together is fine. That's cool.
I would leave off the link.
Bringing on
sorry.
people?
Sorry, what? John, there's one thing just on this on the bottom of the slide. The link to the studio culture deck again. That's a second or third time discussion. It's not something that you go to on that first time.
Yeah. And I know I think you mentioned to me in the last one that because you're like a cooperative as well, right? Which is what it alludes to. Yeah, tell them. Are you intending on bringing on more people? Because I don't see or contractors, because I don't see anything about sound or music.
Yeah. So we would be bringing in about like a team, 8 more people for the project. Yeah, a mix of full-time and contractors.
Okay, so all of a sudden that then makes me look at your budget differently.
Okay.
Because it's not 1.5 million split between 4 people, right?
Yeah.
So sort of talking about so I think somewhere on here talk about like, oh, we're going to bring in, we're going to have fantastic music person do our music, whatever it is, or we're going to add these people, because again it gives some idea of the scope of your team and then like I can look at that and go, when I understand how big the game is, I can go, okay, that seems reasonable, or not.
Okay.
Yeah, because at the moment it's like 1.5 million split between 4. Yeah, I'd do that personally, but yeah. All right, and I think we just have the final slide.
Yep.
Yeah, this was really nice. I kind of had everything on here I wanted to. I liked again the sort of the summary. It's not support needed, but whatever. Yeah, you could have logos, but other than that, cool.
You again download link. Don't worry about it. No one's gonna get downloaded. Yeah.
But if it was a QR code, sure. Cool. Great.
It's almost better to have like if you got Blue Sky, just to put a Blue Sky logo and your @ and that sort of stuff, just because again people are going to take photos.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yep. Yeah. True.
Yeah. Cool.
Sweet. Thank you so
other
much.
than that, just finish it so we can play it, please. That's great.
Thank you.
No pressure.
It's Craig up next.
Well, if you thought Gareth was pitching early, you're in for a whole another level.
Am I going to be cutting you off at 15?
No, the other way.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Ready to go?
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, start.
Hi, I'm Craig from Ruminaut Games, and I'm here to tell you about our upcoming game, Blue Pill. Blue Pill is a dark colony simulation game where you build infrastructure and raise humans to power your AI dystopia. It's a single-player title for PC coming to Steam in 2026. You can think Oxygen Not Included meets Prison Architect in a world inspired by The Matrix. So we're talking a 2D colony sim with a deep scientific simulation behind it, but where the inhabitants can spiral out of control if you don't manage them well. So you play as a lowly maintenance AI tasked with restoring a ruined power plant. As I'm sure you know, keeping humans preserved in simulation takes a lot of nutrient goo, but the main supply was cut in the first machine war. So you're dropped into a procedurally generated world where pockets of precious fluid lie hidden underground. Your superiors have high expectations and little patience. So you dig and explore to find nutrient reserves. You build the pipes, pumps, and pods that you need. You grow your population and keep them maintained, not to mention under control. And if you fail to meet ever-increasing production targets, your game ends and you start another run. The screenshots you've seen so far are from an early prototype build. My vision for the final look and feel is a minimalist dystopian vibe with streamlined gameplay. So the volume of content will be limited, with the game's depth coming from interwoven hydraulic engineering, resource allocation, and population management challenges. So for example, your starting nutrient reserve is running dry and your production target's about to rise. Will you spend your limited time digging? Will you start over near a new reservoir? Will you shift resources away from maintaining your humans? But then you might need to flush the problematic humans, and that could tip the population further into rebellion. Meanwhile, you're mastering hydraulic engineering, designing a system to handle increasing gravity and friction losses as your pipe system grows. Blue Pill sits within highly marketable indie-friendly genres for core PC gamers: management, simulation, and building. In particular, we're targeting core gamers who are mastery-driven. They like challenging games and enjoy taking on engineering problems within a clever simulation. They like the depth, difficulty, and engineering aspects found in games like Oxygen Not Included and Factorio, but they also appreciate the elegance of streamlined experiences like Shapes and Mini Metro. Coming to Blue Pill, they'll enjoy optimizing their infrastructure, the challenge of keeping pace, the moment they uncover a huge reservoir, and the nostalgic sci-fi theme. We're planning a disciplined timeline for this game, launching on Steam less than 15 months from now after Next Fest in February 2026. At launch, the game will be available on PC only, retaining the option to port to console depending on demand. And we're in the early days of the project, 1 month part-time work to date. So in that time, my progress on the prototype includes a performant hydraulic simulation with greater depth in comparison games. The world generator is functional, the player can dig, build, and explore the world. And as you build, humans move into your plant, fall in love, and reproduce, which is great for the wattage. Next, I am prototyping worker robots. How you allocate their time is one of your key decisions as a player. And another major piece is deepening aspects of human needs and behavior. So I'm looking for a publisher to fund 150,000 in development costs, which I expect to recoup at under 14,000 units sold. And as well as financing, I'm looking for localization and marketing services, and possibly support with sourcing art and sound talent. So I'm an experienced software project leader and developer, specializing in new product development. I've founded and worked in startup companies for several years now, so I'm used to wearing many hats and being resourceful to get things done. I'm also an experienced tabletop game designer, including being selected for PAX Australia Collaboratory on 2 occasions. I'm looking to grow the team to include an artist and also use freelancers for sound design and other skill gaps. So thanks for your time. I'd love to take any questions.
So that was at 429, so quite short. You've actually got more room there to go into things.
Great. All right. Thank you, Craig. Right. So, for the purposes of today, the AI concept art is fine. I'm not a fan, right? But I appreciate, again, it's a function of where you are, right? That you don't have stuff to show. So I kind of get that. You've got a date on there. What are you using? Unity, Unreal? Have you rolled your own engine? Are you smoking crack? What's going on?
Using Godot.
You're using Godot. Okay. Righto. But you need to note
hang on,
that
pause. Godot's fine to do something where you're going you're largely doing all your own development. Porting is still a problem on Godot. There are more porting providers. There's now about 4. That's not a lot.
No, it's
and
not.
none of them are local either. So just so obviously if you're pitching this to a publisher, doing what we're doing with the form of today, then that would be considered a risk. If you're pitching to code, it would also be a risk for that reason.
It would be. However, like if I'm not saying no, never, but I get why you're doing it, and like if you're doing it for PC only, it very much limits the possibility around porting. That may not be a huge issue. So I mean, there's some relation. Are you familiar with Adaptory, Craig?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jevon didn't use Godot, but Jevon used other stuff.
She's the one that Slay the Spire engine and all that engine, but she's
and I've spoken to Jevon a bit, and I think it's perhaps one of the things that like next game Jevon will do differently. But look, you are where you are. If this is it, if you're determined to go down the Godot path, fine, sure, whatever.
The other thing too, sorry, okay, so on that note, it is getting better slowly but slowly. There are going to be more porting options that will come through. It's just not where it is right now.
Yeah. So for a game like mine, I had a look at a lot of the comparisons, and a lot of them never went to console. I think it's the deep simulation aspect, the more PC mouse keyboard driven gameplay. Should I just be like upfront about that? Hey, like I know Godot is a risk for porting. Like I'm not convinced that.
No, I wouldn't. I don't think you need to get into like publishers know like the risks of Godot or not, however they look at it. I think if anything, I don't think you want to draw attention to it overly. You don't want to hide the fact that you're using Godot, but you don't want to go, hey, look, I know this is a risk. It's like that's just not the way to approach it.
Yep.
For whatever reasons you've chosen Godot, that's what you're doing. Sure.
You'll find that small publishers like Yogscast and all that, who are primarily PC audience, will take. I mean, they took Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers, which was a Godot game, and they concentrate just purely on the PC release.
Yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. Okay. Next slide, please. I thought this was a great summary of a great summary of the game and a great summary of what today's society feels like, also, which is troubling. But anyway, I liked it. I thought it was nice. It got across. You told me everything I needed to know about what the game was. So yeah, I was happy with it.
The Matrix has you, John. They just check. Only thing I will suggest is check the name, because the whole red pill, blue pill thing has been hijacked by the American far right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Because it was in the Matrix, and for that reason they refer blue pills. They use it as a derogatory term.
Yeah. Okay.
Only extremely online people are going to know this, but this is a game that might be played by those people.
Gotcha.
This it's a great summary. Obviously, not including me, Prison Architect in a world inspired by the Matrix. That's cool. You talked more about what you do on this than that you've actually got on the screen. So you talked about the sort of the goals or the interactions that you would do, and that's great. And I can't remember what you said, but I noted down, and that's the problem, right? I can't remember what you said, but I noted down that like you were talking about what you were doing and what have you in your script, and I kind of want to get that on here, of like these are the things that you do.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was trying to like not just do the whole reading off.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not just reading it. Yeah. Absolutely, but the problem is, like, I literally can't remember what you said, and it was like 2 minutes ago, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Again, so this was cool. You talked about some sort of some mechanics and what you were doing here, but you didn't actually have that information on the slides. I liked that. Yeah. And the next one. Yeah, I really liked like these as your activities. That's cool. You could almost, like with dig for nutrient fluid. I'm assuming that's what your kind of pipe work is. Is that going like to find nutrient fluid?
Yeah, that's right. These cavities you have to dig out.
So it's almost like you could have like, you could highlight that, you could circle it, and it's like, oh, the dig and the build, and you could highlight the bits on this screenshot, because it's like it's getting a little bit repetitive with the screenshot. But I also understand you're very early, so you don't have a lot to show. But yeah. So just sort of highlighting what that is. Yeah, it's cool. Obviously, yeah, you're super early here, and so there's not a lot to say. There's not a lot to show. Yeah.
I don't necessarily you'd highlight the say like tight scope. I mean, the scope is the scope, right? Once you show what somewhere you're going to show what you're delivering for the publisher advance, and so you're gonna you don't need to necessarily use that term.
Okay. I think what you're saying is, what I took from it is that it's kind of a tight design in terms of like you've got essential systems, and you're trying to you're exploiting all of those like to get the most gameplay. It's not like there's nothing. It feels to me like you're not talking about anything in the game that's cosmetic or that doesn't have a purpose.
Yeah, you don't have 60 buildings. You have 7.
Yeah. So, and I think that's it is a positive, and it does lead to tight scope. But yeah, how to sort of couch that? You know, I take it as a
Elegant
positive.
is a good word.
Yeah,
Eh,
yeah, yeah. All right. So this one, you had all sorts of like, oh, what if, and can you, and do you do this, and you had all these kind of choices, and none of them are on here. So on its own, this slide doesn't make any sense. But you had the, oh, will you do this? Will you, search for more fluid, or will you do? And it's like, those are interesting player choices. You're positing, but nothing is there on the slide afterwards.
Yeah.
In cold light of day, 2 minutes later, when I'm looking at it. Yeah, cool. Okay, so these, I think these are all good choices. I think there are too many. I think pick maybe 3 and talk about why, all the things you're talking about there are absolutely right. But explain why the Prison Architect fan is gonna like Blue Pill, and why Tim, or whichever ones you choose. And it's like, pick your battles. So obviously something like, Factorio is like, oh, well, that's a monster, isn't it? So I mean, Factorio, I'm guessing you're probably not going to have the level of automation in the game that Factorio does. So maybe we won't compare against Factorio. Right? Don't pick a battle that you're going to lose. It's the whole thing of like, when people come to me with like, oh yeah, we're like Minecraft, but, and it's like, ho, really? But I think there's some interesting things in there. And I actually like the fact that you've chosen things like Mini Metro as well, because that's
It's an interesting
outside.
comparison, isn't? Because it's such a different vibe to the kind of grimdark nature of the setting here.
More getting to the core of like logistics optimization.
Yeah. But you probably a little bit of explanation around that. Timberborn again, it's a really different vibe than in that it's a humorous beaver-driven city builder. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
I can't believe I just said the term beaver-driven, but anyway.
Well,
Here we are.
and it's recorded as well, V, so you can't deny it. I mean, obviously, this is very bare bones, and again, I get like you're very early in your, your development. It's just really early. We talk about localization. Somewhere in here, we've got to talk about languages. We've got to talk about word count, whatever.
But I've been holding a question on that every time you've said it to others. So
yeah,
like the languages, presumably you ask for more, those costs come back to you somehow. So it's not just asking for more is better. Like, do you need to show why you want a particular set of languages, or?
So I think you need to. So in terms of the obviously more languages cost more. It's very simple. The publisher won't give you the money to do the localization. They will spend the money to do the localization, and they may recoup that cost from you. They may not, right? And again, a publisher isn't just going to take it. They're not going to take it to languages that don't make sense for them. So if you're like, look, actually, I really want it to be in Norwegian, they're going to look and go, well, Norwegian's really expensive, and we don't sell a lot of games in Norway, so we're going to say no. It's a little bit like when I talk to people about the platforms. They will, to some extent, they will tell you what's right and what's wrong. I think for you, what I'd recommend is like, go and look at games that you think are your sort of real, are really relevant, and like, well, what languages are they in? And work on that as your, hey, okay, this is what we think. And if somebody says why those languages, you can say, well, looking at other games, similar games in the marketplace, we see these are the languages that are being used. And have a chat with Jevon and see. I don't know what she's localizing into with her publisher fee. I haven't spoken to
No,
Jevon.
not off the top of my head. I mean, I know it's probably eFigs plus simplified Chinese is the most obvious one, but her publisher's a micro publisher, so they don't have a ton of resource.
But I mean, I think it's like you have your best guess for localization in there. You're not going to put 32 languages. And again, a publisher will be like, oh well, there are times when publishers say, hey, look, we want to add more languages than you do, than you plan for, or they'll go, oh, that one, you want to do that, we don't see the return, because it's all about return and profit.
The scale of services seems like it could vary a lot. Does that come down to localization? Like if they're not going to bring as much to the table, sorry, not localization, negotiation. Like if they're not going to bring as much to the table, you want to be seeing that they're going to take less of a cut of your revenues.
It's the whole deal terms. It's super complicated in terms of it's not as simple as looking at a percentage. There's there are some deals I've seen where developers do get some pre-recoup revenue, a small amount, so they have some cash flow, and then there's like, well, but what is being recouped and how is it all being calculated? It's really, there are times I've sat down and built spreadsheets with developers about like, hey, look, you think this deal is better, but let's look at this other deal, and like the percentage seems higher here, but actually it's not. Or you see less money, or you see money slower than this one that looks worse on paper. It's a complicated thing. But yeah, I mean, obviously the more money a publisher has to spend, whether that's like in terms of giving you money or spending money on ports or localization. If you've got 250,000 words, this gets really, really expensive for localization really, really quickly. Which is why I always ask about a word count, to sort of put that in perspective.
Okay, thanks.
We'll move on, and it's really interesting. I don't know. Again, it's because of where you are, because it's early. It's like this gives me some idea about your scope, but at the moment it just tells me you're really early. So I think there's some benefit in talking about somewhere in your slides, probably earlier, about what your features are, and so what they're going to get. Because at the moment, I have an idea in my mind of what the game is. This gives me more detail, and it might be worth breaking out this to be another slide earlier and say, hey, we've got features about this, and anything, especially anything that's that's making you different from Oxygen Not Included, or the ones that would seem to be direct comparisons. But I think as it stands, this slide where it is isn't working. But yep. I am glad to see that you are talking about the features.
Gotcha.
The budget, yeah, I don't want to, again, as I said to Emil, I don't want to see the breakdown.
Yep.
I just want, and is that US dollars, Craig?
Yes.
Down the bottom is all the figures down. Just write USD on the total of the 150. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's fine. So $20 retail, you've called that out. That's cool. So nobody's going to give you money to market it. So you can take that $20,000 out. They're going to want to do the marketing. And so really, on this slide, this is your ask. It's like, you're going to deliver the game on PC at this date. It's going to be, like $20, and, there's going to be however many words, and these are languages, and T for teen, or whatever rating you to be. And what you're looking for is 150,000. You're looking for localization, looking for marketing, blah, 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 blah. Because are you looking, so when you say art and sound talent, are you looking for the publisher to provide that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I would, if you're looking for art, if you're looking for audio, I would have that as part of your development cost, as part of like, hey, you want the publisher to provide you funding so that you can hire an artist, hire an audio guy or gal or whatever, right? Rather than say, hey, can you do it? I'm glad that you're working out how many copies to recoup. You don't need to put that on there. They'll work that out, right? Yeah.
Also, that's a really wiggy, because you're assuming full price, and most games aren't sold on full price. And then there's a thing called sales tax, which is entirely different in all different regions around the world. It's a really complicated equation.
Yeah, I put some assumptions down there, but
I did see there's a little asterisk and assumes, and that's cool. I just wouldn't have that on there. They can figure it out, right? They're going to know if, like, hang on a minute, if we spend 150 grand with Craig on this, do we think we can make money? And that's really all they care about. For you to know, like, if you work that out and it's like, I need to sell 1 million units, let's think again. But, yeah, cool. All right. Sweet. I think you need to talk about where you've worked, even if it's not games, just to give some context, because I assume, like, you've not worked in games before, like in video games before, right, Craig?
Correct.
That's fine. Where do you work now, can I ask?
I work for a software agency, but my history is all smaller places without kind of a recognizable brand.
Yeah, but it's like, so they're going to look you up on LinkedIn. It's the first thing I do. and it's like, so have it match that, and it's like, oh, you did this here, you know, you've been a product manager, you've been a, you know, whatever, you know, and so, and also then doing your stuff with PAX Australia. Have you got pictures of you and your game at PAX? Put it there. That'd be great. You know, and then your logo of your Orbits game and all of that stuff. Because talk about that, because it's like, I think, you know, particularly, you know, the kind of game that you're building here, there is a real relation with board games. And so it's actually, I think it's positive that you've got that board game background, right? So let's sell that. So this is really about the team, and then it's like, oh, you want to recruit an artist. So you're saying you want to recruit an artist. So like now it's like, yeah, that needs to be in your budget somewhere and freelance. Yeah. Talk about what, you know, you're going to be contracting, whether it's audio people or art people or whatever it is. It's like, you know, you're going to be leading the coding, presumably, and design, and then you're going to bring in specialists to help you. Cool. Great. All right. And then, yeah, a little bit more detail on here, I think, in terms of like, you know, is Ruminant a company? And, you know, again, have your name and your title and your contact email, which you've got at the bottom, but, you know, just a little bit more detail on here of where people can find you and what other stuff you've got. But actually, you know, you sort of have me thinking like, oh God, how is this going to be? Because you're so early, but like you did a lot better than you led me to believe you would do, Craig, right? So
Set expectations low and exceed them.
there you go. Absolutely. Under promise, over deliver. Nice job.
Great.
Thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Vic.
We've got Glenn and Patrick and Clinton all on the queue now. So, who actually got there first is the question.
I think it was Patrick.
Patrick
Me,
got there
please.
first. Patrick, then Glenn, then Clinton,
Okay, sick.
and then Skylar.
Yes.
And
Right.
then Neil.
Is that all showing?
Yes.
I should preface this by just saying I'm also pretty early, so don't expect sexy gameplay. Also, I haven't pitched, so it's going to be awful.
All right, I'll count you in. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Patrick. I am from Slumps, and my game is called Britannia Inferior that I'm going to be pitching today. Little code logo in the corner because I was lucky enough to get Kickstart funding in 2024. Yeah, so permit me, if you will, to compare the game to the humble Scotch egg. And if this game were a Scotch egg, I would describe it as a high cholesterol comedy misadventure encased in a dense meaty world inspired by a second coming of Thatcher, crumbed in the crunchy pixels of a 3D point and click from 1999. So what actually does that mean? It's a single player game. It's a point and click, which means that it's a narrative-led puzzle game. It's a comedy as well. So primarily it's going to be on PC like every other point and click is, but I do want to bring it to consoles. I've put down Switch and PlayStation just because that kind of makes sense. Open to whatever though. And for languages, this is just the main ones based on my own research that make sense. Doing it in English primarily, there's the biggest market. German, Russian, simplified Chinese. I said language audio to distinguish, just by that I mean VO. I want to have voice acting, and that'll be English only. And it's being made in Godot 4. Sorry. So it's a narrative game. I should set up what the actual premise is. So when Pip Bunting uses his dad's Siggy money to instead buy a supposedly magic piece of junk from a traveling merchant, the last thing anyone expected was that it would actually be magic and allow him to open windows to other worlds. Clearly it's too much power for a 10-year-old to wield, as it takes all of a few minutes for him to accidentally erase his dad from reality. Desperate to avoid getting in big trouble, he goes off and tries to fix this mess before anyone finds out. His quest will take him into the center of Slagford, up to the tops of the tallest mega towers, down to the deepest dung pits beneath the streets, through different far-fetched parallel realities, and unwantedly getting tangled up in the ongoing miners' strike at the center of everything. Right, let's talk features. So, the main novel mechanic here is what I'm calling reality imprints. When you explore the world, you'll come across small fragments, these jigsaw-like pieces of another world that you can collect, and you can use your brain to make the visual cue of where they line up in the world. And essentially, you'll be placing it down to enter a portal, like in the GIF that I've made here. So some changes will be important that you make within these realities and will echo across to affect basically the relatives of that thing in all realities. So the world kind of isn't stable. It changes and transforms. It's got multiple endings, so it's not going to be purely linear. There's going to be 3 different endings for the player to choose how they want their story to end. And despite how it looks, it's going to have helpful features taken from modern games because actual 90s games are really painful to play. So it's going to have stuff like contextual verb commands as opposed to having 9 verb panels, which is horrible. A built-in hint system, an objective tracker, so you actually know what you're meant to be doing. Hotspots view, which is where you usually hold a button to highlight everything in the scene that's interactable, and more. So gameplay. At its core, it's got everything that you would expect from a typical point-and-click adventure. You explore, you talk to characters, you collect items, you solve puzzles to make progress. I've done this diagram kind of showing where things will spin off. Where it gets interesting is the upper left of that diagram, where sometimes as a reward for solving a puzzle, you'll find a new fragment of a reality and you can place that down, expand the world out. You can go into that and repeat the whole cycle again, alter the world as well, repeat the cycle again so you can see how it's kind of got layers on layers. What I'm calling a vertical world, because I'm being very mindful of not making the world too big and spread out. I instead am trying to make it compact and an organic world, like I mentioned earlier, that you can change and expand out in different areas at different times. So the reality imprint mechanic is going to really shine here for helping with that. Give me a lot of flexibility in how those areas are all expanded out. Controls. Like every point and click, it is going to be played primarily with a mouse, just as God intended. But I'm also going to be doing a tailored gamepad control scheme because I want to get this on consoles. And it's also an accessibility thing of like, for some people, a controller is a better option than a mouse. Dialogue. It's a critical central pillar of the game. There's going to be a lot of dialogue. Not only for the story and the gameplay, but it's also important for the setting and the style. So players of these like point and clicks, the quality ones, have come to expect full VO. So I want that as well. With a word count estimate of 60K, which I haven't written yet, but it's an estimate. It'll be a big job, but it'll be worth it. And as far as the scope, as far as how long it will take to play through the game, my estimate is 7 hours. Aesthetics. So I'm trying to intentionally make this grim world because I think that being contrasted with the silly humor of the game is a good recipe for a black comedy. For the visuals, I'm going for a very specific direction from a very specific era of 3D games where environments would be pre-rendered and mixed with real-time low poly. So this could also tap into that lo-fi 3D look that a lot of indies are using at the moment that's trendy. So at the top are some examples of pre-rendered from Grim Fandango and Siberia, if you don't know those. And down the bottom is one of my own render tests doing the inside of a pub. And just like the visuals, I've got a very specific direction for the music as well. Two-tone, ska, and reggae were all big sounds for the English working class in the 80s. I think that would be a perfect fit for this game, and it's really pretty original. It's not something you hear in a lot of other games. Oops, missed this. Here's a mock-up I did of what the interface could look like, because it doesn't exist yet. I'm a big fan of those overly detailed, overly rendered UIs that have all these little buttons and stuff to fiddle around with. So I want to kind of tap into that. Market analysis. So it's a point and click and it's 2025. I'm aware that it's a niche these days, but I do think that it's possible for these games to break out of that niche and they do well. The ones that succeed either have a novel mechanic, an interesting story, or are visually unique. I'm hoping by doing all of those things, I'm going to be broadening the appeal and make a product that will connect to a wider audience. The three comparisons I've gone for are all three very different games. They're all successful in their own right, but what they have in common is their scope and quality level is probably similar to what I'm aiming for. So Hobbs Barrow is a point and click. That's a very like bog standard traditional LucasArts kind of style one. So it doesn't really innovate in the gameplay, but because it's got this unique Victorian horror folk setting, I think people latched onto that. Thank Goodness You're Here was basically a 2 hour long interactive cartoon. There was like really no gameplay, but the comedy really drove that. So I think that also, I'm hoping to tap into that as well. And finally, I chose Viewfinder because that's got a really similar novel mechanic where you collect photos. You can take photos as well and place them in the world as like a physical space that you can jump into and explore. Launch details. So primarily it's going to be...
You're on 10.
Okay. Primarily it's going to be launched on Steam. It's going to have a public demo released in advance of that. So that's an opportunity for a Next Fest. And I'm hoping to get it on consoles later. I'm saying that the target release date is in the second quarter of 2027, but open to optimal timing. And suggested price of $18 US, $17.99. Here's my very accurate timeline, very beautiful to look at as well. Didn't really know what to put in here. So where I would be pitching this is probably down in Q3, where I've actually finished the pitch demo that I'm working on. But in 2026, you can see where the public demo, that's the earliest time it's probably going to be released. And Next Fest could happen anytime between then and launch. Partnering needs. What do I need? Mostly money. That'd be great. 102,000 would do nicely. So that'll be for around 20 months of 21 months of development, and it would let me hire additional help, primarily in audio and animation. What I also, additional services that I would want from a publisher, someone to handle the full VO service. And I put that down here in this list as opposed to just adding a whole nother chunk of ask in the funding. But there's also console porting, marketing and PR, localization and low QA, QA, trailer creation, Steam page optimization, and customer support. What is Slumps? Who is Slumps? I am Slumps. I'm a solo developer. I'm just making it by myself at the moment. So about me, I'm Patrick. I've been working in the industry for about 10 years, freelancing for a bunch of different indies, mostly in the art departments, but branched as I, progressed through my career, I branched out into a bunch of different aspects of development, trying to get my fingers into as much as possible. So these days, I can work on my own games. I put out a tiny game last year, and I've done a bunch of game jam stuff. And this will be my biggest solo project by far. Thanks. The end.
So sitting on 1241, a bit on the long department.
I was expecting 15, to be honest. That's racing through it.
Can I just a comment? You spend a lot of time apologizing for yourself.
Yeah. It's
Don't.
you're talking yourself down, you're talking the game down, you're talking down every choice that you've made. I don't know whether you realize you're doing it, but you are. Right.
Oh,
And if you
the Godot one for sure, yeah.
Yeah,
but
in
general, watch this back, which will be painful because you'll have to listen to yourself.
No, it'll be my nightmare. Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. Right. So we'll start. I actually really like that image. That's cool. Patrick, I think you. I wasn't convinced you want to make this game because you didn't sound very enthusiastic about it, mate. And I don't know if that's
presenting, John. I'm freaked out.
Yeah, and look, but hey, come here and do that. It's fine, right? You come here and do it, but you didn't. I didn't get a lot of enthusiasm that like, hey, this is a great game because you didn't sound super excited about it, and it's hard, right?
I don't sound super excited about anything though. Like, I've lost jobs because they're like, you seem burnt out. I'm like, it's just
Patrick, have you ever seen the FNAF Games team present on anything?
No.
Christchurch-based team Thomas, they actually won. They won a PAV award. And Thomas has a super self-deprecating sense of humor as well.
Yeah.
Totally recommend. They've got a narrative game as well. Totally recommend linking up with them. Get Thomas to pitch to you because he does the same sort of humor that you do, but in a context that will actually work because as it's standing, this is going to be a real struggle for some of the audiences that you'd be addressing.
Yeah.
Like not understand as well, not every culture does irony the way that you do.
No. Well, I mean, you go to America with irony and they were like, oh, what, like metal? And you're like, no, it's not like bronzy. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I don't see on your title slide that this is going to Steam, and yet you're going to Steam. So your platforms on there, and your Godot logo.
No, I was with Craig. I was trying to hide it.
Yeah. No, look, let's. Yeah. All right. We'll go to the next one. You started talking about the Scotch egg before you changed slide. I was amused by the Scotch egg thing. I don't know if people outside like UK colonies understand what a Scotch egg is.
Right. No, if you were to try and describe it to one of the coffee stand guys, there you go. There's a great publisher that you should be talking to.
Yeah.
Well, what I would do in the presentation is start handing out Scotch eggs at that part, right?
Yeah, but they're Swedish. They're not going to know what a Scotch egg is.
Yeah. I get where you were going with it. I think it's going to miss. The other thing, you're slightly inconsistent through the deck where you talk about the 90s and then you talk about the 80s in terms of, so the miners' strike was in the 80s.
Yeah.
But I think at one point you talk about it being in the 90s. That's just me having lived through the miners' strike in the UK.
No, I think the confusion is that it's a game that's 90s aesthetic.
Yeah. And I think
with 80s
inspiration. Yeah, so I mean, I think on this one, the Scotch egg, I'm more interested in like what is the story. So I think we can probably skip this slide. Amused though I was, and I appreciate it. The overview slide is kind of that's fine, but you're missing a bunch of things that you talk about later. So you talk about your word count later. You don't talk about it here.
Right.
So I also think this is probably in the wrong spot, especially if we remove the Scotch egg slide. Then this would be the first slide. Whereas I think actually your next slide. So this is the story.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of text here, so much text. And you read it, and I know it's hard. So I think if you can distill this down a bit and you bold the words that makes sense for the plot. It will make it a lot easier to understand. It's just woo. And again, this was another one. Yeah, I think it's just too much text. I get the backstory. I think we almost need as a bullet point. What is your goal? Are you fixing the world?
Right.
After an accident, after a plot related accident, you now are aiming to fix the world.
Okay.
By doing X.
Okay.
Cool. And let's
Objective
move
driven.
on.
Right.
I think instead of talking about the Scotch egg, you really need to talk about the vibe of the game as well. This is a vibe game. This is a game where it's going to be depressing and dark humor and ironic and all that. So you kind of need to get, again, thinking about how different cultures consume this material is just something to go, well, this is what it is. It's these things unapologetically so.
Yeah.
Right.
Even though I know
misadventures would be
in the game is going to be self-deprecating and you're going to be the lowest of the low and all the rest of that. I get it, but again, just giving some people will need an on-ramp into that.
Right. Okay.
All right. Next slide, please, Patrick. Features. This is interesting. I don't quite understand. I liked the imagery you had there, the GIF. I don't actually understand what's going on with this, and you're talking about the multiverse. I don't what?
Right.
It makes sense to you, and you've got it in that. When we get to your loops later on, and you sort of talk about these, alternate realities or something. But how do I see that? And I think you talk about in this 90s in appearance, you talk about contextual verb command, hint system, objective tracker, hotspot. You don't show me any of that. Later on, when we get the mock-up of the screen, I kind of want to see all those annotated, and that would probably help me, right?
Okay.
Because I think they're all on there, but it's I don't actually know what that means. The fact that it's got a function like that, that's fine. And this meddling with the multiverse, I don't know. Am I time traveling? I don't know. I'm not sure what is that doing? What's happening?
So you'd rather just have an example, maybe of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't at the moment. I don't know what it means.
Okay.
I don't know how that appears to me in game. Any of that?
Right.
The other thing too is you talk about traditional point and clicks, but it appears to me, at least having gone through your deck, that you are riffing off the genre a little bit. You're departing when it suits you from the classic point and click scenario.
That's not a bad thing.
Interesting.
That's yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is interesting. Okay, next slide, please. We've got gameplay. So I see the bit here. I don't understand what the vertical world is, and then you've also got the word alter world, and it's so you've got to find your reality. You alter the world, but it's I find a new reality. How am I going to that reality? I don't understand what's going on.
Okay. It's gonna be really hard to show this visually, I think.
Look, it might be. Yeah, and
you almost want to show a sequence of when finding and show a sequence. You've got it, a sequence of gameplay. Find the hook into the new reality, gets transported to the new reality. We're in the new reality, and what that looks like because it's visually going to look different.
Yeah. It's all a very visual thing.
At the moment, it's just a bit confusing as to what it is. It's I kind of get the point and click bit, and I kind of get you're doing some other stuff, but I don't quite know. It hasn't quite come across. It obviously is all in your head and makes sense. And and again, we always sort of talk about it's the difficulty of getting out of your head onto a deck that somebody else can read that hasn't been in the room with you, right? So let's move on. Point and clicking and joysticking. I mean, if you like, I mean, this is where we talk about the 60,000 word count. And again, and it's I don't, 60,000 is better than I expected, to be honest. So I don't think that's necessarily awful. But but you're talking about it in a negative way. You're talking about it being a sizable chunk, and you're like going, "Oh, full VO is no small job." Well, you're talking it down. You're making it a problem.
Okay.
Like, you're not making it like
Well, just being honest.
why is having VO a good thing? That's what you need to convince me of. Because at the
Right.
moment, all you're doing is telling me it's an expensive thing and it's a bad thing, right?
Uh-huh.
So you need to do that. The how long to be. So I don't think necessarily that the information on this slide is not worth talking about, but I don't know if all this lives together on the same slide. It's a little bit lost because it's a mix.
Yeah, that was me kind of just going through the list of what else I need to be touching on, and I
Yeah.
didn't know where else to put it. So yeah.
So yeah, and it's like the imagery is like, okay, I don't know how that relates to anything on this, but it's like it's nice to see a picture.
Just
but
filling out space.
yeah. All right. Next one, please. The style. So yeah, I think again, and it may be because you're quite early, right? But it's like I'd much prefer to see more of your art than other people, particularly because you're not crediting that art. You're telling me afterwards, because my thing was like, is that your art? And then you told me it's like, oh, that's from Grim Fandango, and that's from, it's like, oh, okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can sort of say that. I also don't think your tone of like, and I remember pre-rendered art in games, just me. I don't think that flies. I think you can say, hey, we're going to do pre-rendered backgrounds, and you can sort of say, hey, we're doing that because, you know, and it's efficient, and it's like we're doing PS1 style, and you know, whatever. That's cool. That's fine, right?
What if I'm pitching to a 20-year-old who doesn't know what that even is?
Yeah, you're not pitching it to a 20-year-old.
You're not going to be pitching to a 20-year-old. So let's just,
Okay.
so just to alleviate that concern.
Yeah. Okay. I'll move on. And so this was your mock interface. So I thought, oh, cool. This was really, I liked this, but I want to see it annotated. So you were talking about like, oh, we've got this feature, that feature. You know, you've got your to-do list. That's obviously on the left. Also, that's your inventory. Annotate this. Tell me what these things are. And then you can sort of say, hey, we've got this and it's great. And it's, you know, whatever, right? Because at the moment, this is just on its own. And it's like, yeah, I can figure it out. But like, tell me all the things, you know, like the little bound book there with the pencil in it. What is that entirely cosmetic, or does that have a purpose? Tell me why it's there. Tell me what it is. Tell me what I get from it. Because I assume it has a purpose. And again, you're saying, oh, you know, I'm a big fan of these overcomplicated. Like, no. Hey, this is the interface. This is what you get. You know, oh, so we've got this on this side. We've got this on this side. Sell that it's a positive. You're apologizing for it.
Right. I honestly wasn't saying that as a negative thing.
No, but it came across.
People probably, I can see why they might think that. Yeah.
All right. Next one, the market analysis. Yes, I was actually like the minute you were talking about UK and talking about all the grimness and stuff, I was glad to see that you've got Thank Goodness You're Here. However, you slagged off both of the top two games inadvertently, and don't do that. You talked them down. You said negative things about Hobbs Barrow, and you said, "Oh, thank goodness you're here. It's like a cartoon. No real game in it." And it's like, whoa, hold on. If you're talking to the publisher of that game, they're not going to be happy, and you might be. So, I think talk about, you know, like why people who like those games will like it. Obviously, the connection with Thank Goodness You're Here is the fact that it's British and there's like black humor in it. Great. All you need to say, like the black humor, Thank Goodness You're Here. Whether you want to touch on, because of the British thing, whether you want to touch on anything like in terms of British culture or British TV as well, maybe, don't know.
Yeah.
To you. Because I mean, it's like, yeah, fans of irreverent British comedies, it's like there's a lot of, you know, there's a history of a very black, dark comedy in the UK, and that's cool. And it's like, is that part of what you're saying your audience is? And if it is, let's talk about it. All right. Then you had your slide was launch, your launch details. So this is maybe where you can have your summary slide that you had earlier. And maybe that comes here with that information. I think that might be, yeah, I think that would live a bit better here than it does currently where it is in the deck.
Yeah. It's like half a slide. I had to figure
All
out.
right.
Okay. So combine the two kind of things.
Yeah. absolutely. And the next one is your timeline, and it may be that we move it after the timeline. We'll see, you sort of see how it looks. But yeah, as you said, you're very early, so that's cool. It's like, yeah, it's all a bit light, but there's not a lot more to put in. I didn't, the fact you laid it out like that, it's clear. Whether we need to add more details, I think, again, it's just, you're not pitching to anybody this month, you're not pitching to anybody next month, it's fine. So, it's like you'll be able to fill this out. The needs was your next one, partner needs. So I'm going to ask, okay, so I am very, very doubtful that anybody is going to pay for your voiceover.
Okay.
That is going to be a major expense. So if you're not doing it, I don't think it's happening.
Like I mentioned, I wasn't sure if I really should be putting it in there or just quietly tack it onto.
I mean, the voiceover is going to cost a lot more than you're looking for your development funding. I think. I can't remember. Did I talk about this last time? I talked about it with somebody recently. Like back in the day when we were doing Nickelodeon games here at THQ, I was spending about 150,000 20 years ago.
Yeah. No, I've spoken to some other developers to get an idea of what costs are and how to kind of DIY a lot of it.
Yeah, it depends. There's a whole world of pain there. The fact that you want to do 60,000 voiceover words is just it's a lot, and I just don't see a publisher going to want to invest that, particularly in a game that's primarily going to be on Steam, because it's going to be more difficult to take it to more platforms because you're using Godot. So it just brings in a real risk. So I think fundamentally, unfortunately, you've got to decide whether voiceover is actually going to it's going to be a must or not, because it may make your project unviable. If that's something that you can't budge on, then you could have real problems.
No, it's something I can budge on. But there's always other ways to do things. But
so I think that's from again here with the ask. You want to talk about console porting, I would put further down because I think the possibility of it is less. With localization, QA, you want to talk about, like, give an example, like what languages you would be targeting and the word count, so 60,000 and then QA. Yeah, I mean, all those things. A publisher's going to do trailer creation. They're going to do Steam page stuff. You don't need to list that necessarily.
That probably falls into marketing and PR stuff, right?
But I think, the thing is, maybe like we said with one of the at least one of the presentations, it's like maybe it's like you have, hey, look, I'm going to deliver PC build this date, blah blah blah, and what I want is this, and you get that for 102 grand, and then these are the things I want from you. So it's very clear. I give you this, you give me this, and it's like everybody can marry it up and sort of understand what both sides are after.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Next one, please. And that was
That's about me.
Yeah. Look, I think you just need to sell yourself a bit better. You've worked on games, but you're not telling me what any of the games are apart from your own tiny game. Who have you worked for? If you've been doing this for 10 years, do you have some credits to your name? Do you have some publishers or developers that you can say you worked with?
Yeah, but it's the curse of the freelancer. Well, I can name drop things that I've worked on in the tiniest amount, or I could talk about projects I've been on for years that no one's heard of.
You got to put something, mate. You got to put something.
Yeah.
That's what you choose what the best options are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a freelancer, right? I work with whoever pays me, and it's like it's like I have to pick and choose. If I'm doing something similar, but it's like I would say we need to see something there that, like, hey, you've done. You say, oh, I've been in and around the industry. It's like, yeah, what have you done? It's like, tell me. It's like, oh, I recognize that game. Even if you did a little bit on it, it's like you need to. This is the bit where you're selling you, and you're not selling yourself super well here, right? Which I know is hard. I don't like talking about myself either. It's fucking horrible. But anyway, cool. And then I think we had your contact slide, which is way too brief. You need everything we said to everybody else. It applies to you. Applies to your sort of final contact card in terms of, the email, your name, your position, your email, your company name, blah 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 blah. All of that stuff. LinkedIn, any websites. Again, at the moment, you are too early to pitch, so I'm not going to beat you over the head with it.
Something I'm going to point out, right? So someone for their assessment team believed in you enough to give you a code grant. There are people on this call who applied for code grants and they didn't get one. So someone believed in you enough to chuck you 40 grand, thereabouts. And here you are kind of apologizing for everything, talking stuff down. You're worth investing in.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So, like that, if you weren't worth investing in, we wouldn't have invested in you.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Take that with you, and I get it, and I get the whole vibe, and I get the whole thing. I understand what this is, and kind of who your vibe and all that. But there's a way of controlling it and using it to throw it into how good the product is, rather than just because it doesn't matter if it's the first time today or the second, the 10th time today, or how many times, like if you're at a PAX or something like that, and you have to keep talking about your game over and over and over. You've got to be excited, and you got to have that energy, and we get what the product is, but you can have that understated cool about you and go, no, we've got something special for you here, and this is, this game is a vibe, and because that's the thing. Like I played Disco Elysium, they would have been excited to sell what that was, despite the fact it's the most bleakest game on earth.
Yeah.
So I think we need just to work on that bit a little.
That's less of a presentation problem, more of a Patrick problem, though.
Yeah, but we need to work on the Patrick thing. It's okay. It's okay. Code has its own therapy arm. We'll get onto it.
Oh, sweet.
Thanks, Patrick.
We don't really.
I think, was it Glenn next?
Do you want to actually take 5?
I can do. Sure.
Or how are you going, John? How are we all feeling?
I'm good. I can do another one and then take a break.
Okay, we'll do another one and we'll take a break.
All right. Now I need to apologize in advance. Entire screen. I think it's that one. Share. Cool. Just because I took a note from you guys last week, probably a wrong note, which was you had mentioned about how some publishers, well, no, it wasn't last week, week before, some publishers like having a pitch deck that's really full of text. So when they go away, they can remember everything that was said and blah, blah, blah. And I took that the wrong way when I built mine. So it's a little bit text heavy. And well, a little bit, I mean a lot. Like I tried to cram everything in there. So I'm aware of those compliments. I also, as a disclaimer, used a lot of AI art for this just because I felt at the time we've got a lot of grey box art and stuff. So yeah.
You're early. We're judging on the form.
For today.
Yeah.
It's fine.
All right.
But we'll call off the dogs for today.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Now, can you see this? I think I can move that.
Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you.
Can I move this out of the way? Yes, there we go.
Yep. All right, count you in 3, 2, 1, go.
So hello, I'm Glenn Adlam. I'm 50% of the team of Quiet Siren. The current game we're trying to pitch to code, as you can see down the bottom here, is for Project Caravan. It's a working title for us currently. We're planning on making it in Unreal. And so, what is Project Caravan? We'll take on the role of a wagon boss, driving your caravan through enhanced lands with whimsical fantasy adventure. Navigate diverse travels, encounter random multi-choice events, and make decisions that impact your suppliers, your party's morale. Balancing humor and danger, every journey is different, with outcomes ranging from comedic mishaps and heroic tales. Basically, that tagline says it all. We want everyone to become the great wagon boss, go on long journeys, have great adventures. Here's our gameplay loop. You select your hero, your quest. It's like a random character from Tavern that's got slightly randomized stats from many different little races within our world. Gear up, get ready for your adventure ahead. You go on that journey. So your journey is going across country from one point to another. Many kind of trails through this game. Encounters. So as you're going on these journeys, you'll run into things like blocking your path, river crossings. You'll have these random encounters, and they're all text-based. How that encounter ends is like reputation loss or death if it's a failure, or success is reputation and gold. Yep, so here's the walls of text. Basically, we want to traverse a rich fantasy world, combining strategic depth with retro text-based titles. and immersive storytelling, like kind of tabletop role play. The whole kind of main hook for us is to use a tilt shift camera lens to take realistic looking worlds, as you can see this image here, and turn them into, I like just using special angles and blur and make them seem toy-like, almost getting that diorama-like feel. We have a slightly evolving narrative. We have lots and lots of text throughout our game. When you have encounters, it's constantly being bombarded with different types of story in different kind of ways. You kind of make those decisions yourself, and that'll come through soon when I get to it. That's partially using our arcane system that I've outlined here. It's basically a system with a mechanic that ensures that no two encounters are the same, blending strategic strategy with player choice to create a fresh experience with every playthrough. We want to make sure this game is single player, very focused. It's supposed to be an immersive story. We really want our characters to own the character that they're playing as they go through. You can see those little stat blocks that breaks down the arcane, which is shown off a little bit more here. But yeah, so when you go to a tavern, you pick your hero, and those heroes will be uniquely different. We really want players to make really good strategic decisions before heading out on adventures, getting great supplies, making sure they're ready, got the right fit for their crew. And generally, you're taking a caravan of people as you head out. The system that we're using for the stats and all the things that are in it that help drive the encounters that you'll have and decision-making process is this arcane system. So agility, resilience, charisma, awareness, nature. I did a quick little mock-up here of what that might look like. Driving along, you have an encounter with the Corgi of Death. This time we've picked nature, and you roll the dice. It might be one of 3 outcomes, and one of those outcomes might be Corgi giveth or Corgi taketh away. So it might be that you chose nature and some whimsical story event happens because of that and outlines that moment happening. The main way that you're moving around the world is just driving with easy controls, keyboard and mouse, taking a caravan along a track, given any given path, but you can go off that track to explore. But be careful when doing that, because you may find that you take a lot of damage on when you're doing it. But with, great risk comes great reward. You might find items, special occurrences, points of interest. Yeah. We want to make permanent consequences as you progress as well. Like, say, you might have a wagon boss who dies along the way. He'll have a little gravestone that gets put in the world, and that can be checked out as you go along on your journeys to remember, oh yeah, I died there at some point. It works within that saved instance. A little graveyard somewhere else to tell you how you died and what happened, and so it's kind of help driving that immersion. And we also have a time skip mechanic, because sometimes people that are just going along driving these worlds, they might just want to hurry up and get to the next point or the next bit of interest if they're kind of steam running their gameplay. So when a time skip mechanic happens, you'll find that you zoom out in the camera and you have this little kind of cartoony way of moving around the world. It switches the way that it happens, which is outlined here in the animation style. So up close, polished kind of animations from PAX. And then when it gets out there, goofy cartoon, almost like a tabletop miniatures being moved around. Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of biomes. We've already been testing. We've tested out a few of them, and they seem to have a nice look and feel so far, although they're early days. We're really enjoying it. Minimalist kind of UI layouts we've been designing at the moment, and it's just really going for a really simple, easy, clean UI and design. We don't want to clutter the mess with so many decisions you have to make along the way. Atmosphere and audio, we're just pretty much just trying to hit the notes of just normal sounds you'd hear if you're in these different biomes, along with potentially your caravan singing songs to you as you're going along and having little conversations. Text-based dialogue. Most of the time, I think I skipped one thing when we were talking. Yes, you can get off your caravan, as mentioned here, where you could start chatting to someone and have like a meaningful conversation, or wander over somewhere and start chopping wood, a log that's blocking your path. Or, so you do have those moments to leave, but you can't go very far from the caravan at any given point in time. So you can't run around the world on foot. Marketing-wise, for this, I've just kind of looked at who our market is, who we're trying to go for. The types of players that enjoy the optimization, gameplay style, rich lore, immersion, replayability and depth. We found a lot of those in these kind of titles, which we've taken a lot of inspiration from. Platforms we're looking at the moment. We're currently well, currently we're only looking at Steam at the moment, and we had hoped that with further funding we could push this thing out towards PlayStation, Xbox. That all matters on further funding, of course, or a publisher to help us get to those titles. Looking at a content rating for people, like no graphic violence, no sex, no kind of things like that, drug use. We want it to be around the ages of 12 plus. We still want this to be slightly whimsical, but and a little bit dark, but not that dark. We want a wider audience. We want to practice some good gameplay practices in our game, so we don't want to have dark patterns or unnecessary software like localization. I think that's just way ahead of where we're currently at. But in all honesty, it's about just putting out in English, and if we get a publisher to then hopefully they can help us with putting in the different languages and things. Development pipeline. So far we've gone through our ideation phases and just the development cycles, making sure that the game actually we've found the fun and making sure it works. We really feel like we've done that. We believe in our title, and now that's why we want to take it to code to further get funding, so we can expand on that with making sure our pipeline's really correct and strong, and we don't end up with a spaghetti mess of code when we're building. So getting a little bit of hand for some coding friends, and we want to bring on a female writer who's just to add a bit of diversity within our writing team and make sure that works really well. This is just a rough rundown, but obviously this is what we'd like to head towards, eventually getting towards a beta release sometime next year. As far as commercial plans go, this is kind of what we'd like to put our funding into. If we'd like to try and get 40k from Kickstarter from code, so putting it through to wages and contractors, lawyers and accounts, just the standard things. And if we had further publishers, it would be good to get a hold of the marketing and things like that, so we could push this even further. After doing a little bit of market research, we felt that a $20 USD price plan seemed to be pretty good. It seemed to be what worked for this kind of market, so kind of sat on that. Here's the team. Myself, I'm an environment artist by trade mostly, but at the moment I'm a game design lecturer. I've got over 15 years of experience working in Weather Effects. I've worked in a lot of games down here at St Dunedin, including Deep Field Games, Aviotic Factor, a few other ones with Moon Studio, Blackheart, and a couple other unreleased projects. And then there's my teammate Blair, handsome man. He's got over 15 years of experience. He's been working in the design industry for a long time with UX and just UI, a lot of branding, he's amazing. He's great. And we are essentially Quiet Siren. Thank you for taking us under consideration.
So you're sitting at 9 minutes and 24 seconds, like that. I have no idea what your target market looks like whatsoever.
I honestly wish I'd put this into bullet points. I sped through that and didn't articulate it too well.
Look, no, that's fine. Let's go back to the start. Great. Look, one thing, no problem with having a working title. Absolutely fine. That's cool. Obviously, doing this as a pitch for code. I mean, you wouldn't want to pitch quite like this, I don't think, V, but we'll go through it and give you the feedback that we can.
I've never pitched to code before, so when I was doing this, I wanted at least to have some kind of base.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously you're going to do a written pitch for code and all that, and I totally get it, and we understand you're early and on all that stuff as well. You're doing the apologizing for everything thing as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's almost a verbal crutch.
I'm dyslexic and also have a cold at the moment, so when it's a wall of text, I was in a constant state of horror through the whole thing.
Yeah, it's all good, but just obviously for future, just leave that stuff at home.
So other than that, I think your studio logo needs to be a bit smaller, because it's like, to begin with, I'm like, hang on a minute, it's Quiet Siren the name of the game. Oh no, it's Project Caravan. So that needs to be a bit smaller. Maybe that's in the top left or something, whatever. Okay. You've got Unreal, which is great, but you're not giving me any platform logos, so I'd pop those on there just for whatever you're going to do. So I mean, obviously, in general, way too much text. So we don't need to bang on about that. And you've seen enough today. So let's crack on with the next slide in general. That needs to be split into 2 slides. I think what you've got on the left with what is Project Caravan, I don't like the question of it, but it's like, you're telling me what it is, you bold things, like bold words that make sense. And then that loop is another slide, right? I mean, that's my main feedback on that slide, really. I thought that the loop was great to see. Just too much on a single slide for you to talk about. Because we ended up
Probably
spending
the only thing that was actually missing from this slide. So I got the fantasy adventure role playing single player top down. I get the kind of miniatures game aesthetic that you're going through for the art, and that's all well and good, and I have no issue with that. But I'm kind of looking for something about what is the USP? What's the bust out moment for this?
Mm.
Why is this different than other games? And I didn't get that.
Mm.
For me,
so
the USP was your whole tilt shift.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's yeah. I won't,
So
I
it's
won't
like
articulate.
whether,
So.
whether it's like, oh look, this is a Warhammer nerd's dream. I don't know, not trying to subtweet you there, V, but but it's like it's appealing to those kind of gamers. Yeah. For me, the bit that stuck out was like the whole tilt shift. It's like, yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Yeah, I did want to put a lot more imagery in showing off tilt shift based stuff and like kind of really
But
sell
if you
that.
don't have it, you don't have it. Like we get.
Yeah, it's all good. We can move on.
Yeah.
We'll move on. So yeah, heaps of text, but I actually liked your pillars. I thought your pillars were really sound. The diorama come to life. That's a great. The tilt shift diorama. It's like cool. Yeah. The arcane thing is cool. You explain it in a little bit more detail later. So some of these. Again, I don't want to encourage you to have like a million slides, but some of these could almost live as a slide on their own, or a couple of them per slide, and then it wouldn't feel quite so dense. Yeah. Did you have anything else on this one, V?
No, I've got more to say probably about the arcane stuff on the next slide. So,
All right.
I mean, the imagery that you're putting out there is beautiful.
Yeah.
I do like the Corgi of Death.
By the way. If that's not a metal band, I'm really disappointed. Yes, I would like a Corgi of Death. Yeah, way too much text, of course. And it's not, you're telling, not showing, but I understand you don't have to have the stuff to show us, and that's why we've ended up with so much text. I liked your actual little flow there of driving, and then you have your encounter with your Corgi of Death, and you get to pick an option. That is really I enjoyed that because it helped me understand like how it's going to go. Like it's like your loop, but it's like actually in context, and so that was good. Also, the Corgi giveth or the Corgi taketh away. Yeah, that just ticked lots of boxes for me. And I was interested in the arcane system, but I'll let V talk about it because she probably has far more to give you here.
Well, I mean, you kind of gave me the stat line, and I'm gonna say I'm a 30-year nerd of this stuff, right? It's a lifetime abusive relationship with it. You've got a cool name on it, and you've got some stats there, but I kind of didn't like. Oh, you got the pass fail conditions. Like everything has a pass fail condition with that stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to know, it's arcane. What makes it arcane pass? That's just an amalgam. What's the word I'm looking for? Like it's that you've got the names of the stats there. Now, if there's a magic ability that comes in, or if there's something cool, or building out, it's the time skip mechanic affect that. It's like I didn't kind of get that, but if I got that, then rest assured, someone like me is hooked there and then. If you were pitching to Adam from Quali, who's worked for freaking Warhammer, he'd be like, he'd have pluckier ears than your Corgi up at that moment. If you can, but you got to sell us on something about why is it arcane.
All right.
Oh, do you want me to tell you now? What?
Oh,
There's a lot to go.
no, I want you to put it in your pitch. I
Yeah.
want you to put it in your pitch when you send to code. That's what I want you to do.
I'll do that. That's good feedback.
All right, next one, please, Glenn. So the world in miniature, yeah, I think this is a really strong point of difference. I think it's a really strong thing. If those are like the imagery you've got there is like, I'm totally sucked into that imagery, and I imagine V is as well, right? It's just we're talking a little bit about text-based dialogue. Somewhere in here, I want to know about your word count, because you know I do, because I've said that to everybody. And it's, I don't know, maybe again, you're early, so I understand it, but it's like, you know, what does the screen look like? You know, like what, you know, what overlays do we have? UI, blah blah blah.
The one thing I'll say about the visuals, these are all AI, yeah?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
I can
get that.
Just so you're aware, I can build stuff like this though. I can make.
Yeah,
this.
yeah. I know
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I know you're an environmentalist. Like I think we've had this discussion and all that. But the one thing I will say when it comes to your actual look at the game, don't go too generic. And the reason why I say this is because there's 50 years of design since the mid 70s when D&D first hit. And the thing, like obviously, like Baldur's Gate comes out. To me, Baldur's Gate looks horribly generic because they've kind of stuck with the standards. And yeah, you got to have like your Elven Archer and your Orc Barbarian, and you can shift the visuals on that a little bit. And because there is such a long history of miniatures that are done, you know, this go down to Dunedin Malls and Games. There are 15 different brands of miniatures making this stuff. You want to kind of put a stamp on it visually,
That
because
won't be too hard.
otherwise, yeah, getting too generic, being generic in this to someone who appeals to this, like you want to do something which is a bit your own, because that generic look is the enemy.
All right, let's skip on through. So the marketing, the stuff on the right was kind of interesting, but you're not specifically telling me why players of these games are going to want to play yours. And so I think you've got too many examples, and it's like pick 3 or whatever and sell me on that. But yeah, again, you're early. I get it. Next one is your platforms, I think. So I wonder if this could be your summary slide of just like what the game is and how many words and what languages and what platforms and stuff. The one question I had is like, so we're talking about going to consoles. Are you building it in with controller support from day one? The correct answer here is yes, of course I am, John.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So what? No middleware. What are we building this in?
That's we're doing it under Unreal. It's like I don't. That whole section where you started talking about avoiding dark patterns was just like, you actually just concerned me rather than like gave me any comfort.
Yeah, I think it was just one of the things that we had on a blurb, and we just kind of just chucked it in because it looked good. You know, and then, but if it doesn't look good, it's gone. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
it was just more
fine.
about our business ethics. We were just wanting to make sure.
No, that's fine. And yeah, so I think if this turns into a summary slide where you've got, hey, this is the, you know, your lead platform and your, you know, the ports you want and your languages and your age rating and all that, you can just have that as a summary slide along with a price and that will be better. The next one was your timeline. Yeah, I mean, it's all very early. I don't want to go in too much to this because you're so early in the piece.
Probably the only thing is to be thinking about at this stage is what order of magnitude it is and how long you want to be married to. I mean, obviously you're talking about better or less early 26. What dollars does that look like? What is order of magnitude? What can I feasibly pitch to a publisher? Because obviously you don't want to pitch something that no one's going to go for, right?
Yeah. I think the other thing is you're talking about a beta, and earlier in the deck you talked about early access beta, and it's like, are you conflating those two terms?
Yeah, it was weird when I was designing this because I was thinking about if it was to a publisher, and I was also thinking if it was to code, and I think I just kind of made this monstrous Frankenstein.
Because it's like, if the plan is to go to early access, as I said before, it's like, well, work out why and then what your roadmap is from starting early access to exit early access and what people get, and just or are you going straight to a V1? I just figure that out. But again, I appreciate you're early, so I'm not going to slap you too much. The next one we have the commercial. So this is the pitch to code. Different. Yeah. I don't know if this is quite what you would want, V. If you're pitching to publishers, you've heard what I've said to other people about what to sort of have on there. So this is a little bit of a mishmash of a slide because you've got your code and then also publisher services required because it's kind of. But I think you've probably heard enough from other people or from about other people's slides to sort of know what I want to see on here. Yeah. All right. Your team. Yep. Great. So you're underselling that because you're not showing me the logos of these people or the pictures of the games and stuff. You're really underselling yourself whilst also showing me wearing a very nice black sweatshirt. I would like less sweatshirt and more imagery of the games or the company logos you've worked for because hey, talk about those. Yeah.
You've worked on ABRD5, which is our standout. I think there's a title as it stands. Brews and Busters is launching sometime in the very near future.
Yeah.
Blackheart's already launched. Those are 3 projects that have released, and I know that you've worked on more. I mean, you've got a history with Rockerworks and whatnot.
Yeah.
Some might say that you're almost reliable.
Almost. Just. Yeah.
It's a vicious rumor, Glenn.
I know.
Yeah.
And again, Blair, we don't know kind of what he's.
Yeah, he's done things like for IBM and all these other people. Like he's been like for ages, and I wanted to put that stuff
people have
on.
heard of IBM. Maybe
I had this very discussion with them about putting stuff on, but
Yeah. It's the whole. It's awful selling yourself. I totally get it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll round it out with your contact slide. Cool. I think you want 1 point of contact. You don't want 2. Is it you? Is it? It feels like it's you. Yeah.
Okay. And those QR cards, I don't recommend using them. I think you get rickrolled if you do it. So.
Oh, okay. I haven't tried it. Hold on. No.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I feel I've got to now. Yeah, it's going to YouTube, all right. Yeah.
If you're sharing
it's giving me an ad for Airbnb first. So
there we go.
All right.
But then, yes, it is indeed. Rickroll.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I promised
All
that
right.
would be.
We could probably leave that there. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate it.
Just keeping an eye on the time. We've still got a few more people to go, but we will do a 5-minute break now. So so it's 4:34. We'll call it a 6-minute break, and we'll come back at 4:40, and we'll try and get as many as we can done.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Probably. So as Clinton's up next, but probably before we go on, there's it's probably worth, just because it's come up a few times, having a quick public service announcement. When you're actually out doing this, and I'm sure John, you will echo these thoughts. It actually doesn't matter what your day's like. It doesn't matter how many times you pitch that day. And it doesn't matter, you might hate the person that you're pitching to. You might take an instant dislike to them. But in the words of the late great Bill Hicks, you put on that plastic smile and you get that shit done. Because that might be the person who cuts you a check. It's a skill. Like you put it on. John goes and stares at a blank wall with a bowl full of pasta. You just get the job done.
Yeah. You're out there performing.
And that's the reality of it. And if you've flown somewhere particularly to go in there and you've got 20 pitches in the next 3 days. So what if you're having a bad day? Are you really gonna throw your chances away and be shitty and grumpy and turn up poorly? It's challenging, I know, but we've done it.
And I've been out pitching with her when I've been sick as well, Glenn. So I feel that pain. I know how it is. And smile and get on. So I think obviously I'm a big fan of your T-shirt, Clinton. I can only hope you're going to pitch me something that would be on a Nintendo 64, but we'll find out.
Okay.
So you should be able to share the screen, hopefully.
All right, I'll screen share right now. So get open.
Yeah, right.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Hi.
Okay, I'll just count you in. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so this is my game, project name C Ship. So first a bit about me. I'm Clinton Yu, co-founder of Into Games New Zealand, a small indie studio at the top of New Zealand in Auckland. For this pitch, I'll show the slides before I go over them, just so you could have a read. Now, C Ship is a dazzling shoot 'em up, known as shmup, where that weak enemy plays as you. For fans of the mid-core shmups and bullet hell fans, C Ship merges the new and the narrative together in this 2D single-player game about unchained AI. Now, C Ship is just a working title, and there is no generative AI used for this project. So I'll give you a bit of a read. Okay. So looking for the left, we searched hard for publishers with matching portfolios, and we thank you for giving us a chance to pitch our small-scale action indie game. We'd like to port to Switch, maybe even Switch 2 if possible, although we know that that's still to be announced. However, we cannot port to PlayStation or Xbox due to the precise mouse/touchscreen input required for this game. On the right, we have the high-level milestones from April to release, roughly 1-year timeline. This allows us time to polish and gathering the AK wish list required for next fest, February 2026. We also want to release an early access for greater community involvement, as I mentioned in the next slide. So, arcade side-scroller shoot-em-ups, or shmups. They're pretty common within these circles these days, but there's not really that many new exciting entries, as I've discovered, since 2018. There's some innovation, like adapting roguelike elements, but they're mostly re-releases, especially for the classics ages ago. So we saw a great opportunity to modernize genre conventions in this niche. So shmup basics is pretty simple. You just control a ship, you dodge bullets, then you attack enemies bent on shooting you down. Dodge, attack, next level, repeat. Focus, high intensity, and arcadey feel, requiring precision, high-end eye coordination, and memorization to dodge bullet patterns. That's what you need for a good bullet hell game. Now, why Toho? So Toho is this huge Japanese franchise. It's over 2 decades at this point, multi-million in sales, and strong indie traditions. That's one of the reasons why I want to go early access, because their fan base has had pretty huge input into the game and IP so far. Compared to Western shoot-em-ups, the static boss patterns in the game are beautiful to look at, and that's something I want to bring over here, is their focus on, I guess, artistic AI attacks, enemy AI attacks. The latest major Toho IP, which is last year, well, exactly last year, February 2024, 130K sales according to Gamealytic. It's huge for modern shmups and arcade genre, and we aim to take a chunk of that for this game. I'll reach a chunk of that for this game. We also plan to add our own innovations, for example, cursor-based action, and we also want to make it more accessible to expand it to a wider audience. For example, player aids that are unusual in genre and pioneering different new ways, as well as a narrative exploration over simple point chasing unlike simple point chasing like the traditional classic shmups. So here's 2 key mechanics in C#. The first one's about the boundaries of the game. You notice when you play shmup, actually, I'll give some time to read.
Sorry, Clinton, in the interest of time, can you just keep going, please?
Okay, sure. Level down boundaries. Usually they're to restrict the player, and it gives a very fixed sense of where you can move and where the enemies come from. But I want to innovate with that, because if you stay inside, sure, it'll be like a normal shmup. But if you go outside, you're immune to basically the vast majority of projectiles out there. So you could take your time to chill and think of a strategy to how to dodge or attack the boss. But you can't stay too long, or else the digital void bites you back. This opens a lot of possibilities for level design as well as secrets. the cursor control. So I mentioned the cursor. You control the ship cursor instead of WASD. That means you don't need to click as much on WASD key in case your keyboard is just destroyed. But there's also a unique mechanic to have more positioning freedom while also being more open to newcomers due to the cursor control. That's why I call this the shmup where you don't shoot. Now for the narrative. So a bit about the narrative. This game focuses on an AI having merged with a player avatar in a kind of a strange, like, synthetic situation. It's kind of hard to describe. But basically, you have to ascend the word machine, the computer, although the player won't know what it is, and confront the architects of the word machine itself. There's 24 levels, 8 regions, which is 3 levels each, and levels are located within major regions. Each region has plot arcs you can experience. For example, the first region, which is the ice region, is based off a hard disk drive, and all the unwanted sentient AI programs are left behind there as a sort of like jail for programs. Another example is the steel region, where AIs constantly simulate war, and they never know whether they're actually in the real world or in a simulation, because humanity at that time, due to black box experiments, would have nested AI infinitely deep, well, almost infinitely. So the AIs never know whether they should act truthfully or not. As for progression, for dialogue options for narrative, there's also this mechanic where you could choose where you're going in the middle of a level. For example, if you saw the previous slide, you could go on the left side and it would be like you go yes, or you choose yes, or you go to the right side, you choose no. That's one of the narrative mechanics in this game. Now for the progression, basically these coins, they give you side grades. It's not a straight power up, but it basically mixes up the gameplay to give you variability. I guess it's kind of like deck builders, except instead of improving your decks, it's just you're changing what coins you draw in the future runs. So you get more and more variety in your gameplay, but not straight up power. There'll also be branching story routes, and you need multiple region runs to visit all of the branching story routes, as well as some secrets. This is also a great way to add in checkpoints, so players could be balanced by, so players could reset back to the closest region finish with their current progression, rather than starting from level 1, which is a common frustration in shmups, where you start off from level 1 whenever you die, hardcore shmups. So this visuals. Basically, reimagine the future as though you're in 2050 or 2060 or 2070. Back in the future, Pixar probably would have been out of favor by then, maybe. Who knows? There won't be skylines or anything, though. I bet. There'll also be art inspiration from Galaga from Namco, which is one of the oldest Japanese games, as well as Tron Legacy, a very high production value artsy kind of movie of mine. Unfortunately, we can't do audio here, so I have to skip the audio. But basically, levels are 3 minutes each, and they each have their own theme, representing the boss or the theme of the level. Each track for each level is earworm enough that you want to keep playing again just to listen. I take a lot of focus in the sound effects design too, and I was nominated for the play-by-play Excellence in Audio Award for that. There won't be any voiceovers in the game. Onto the computer analysis. So I'll analyze 3 games today. There's Zero Ranger, which is like the traditional polish it to the max kind of classic style. So that's like the baseline. It's ever since 2018, it's still one of the best shmup traditional style games out there. So that niche is almost completely filled. However, it doesn't try new unique mechanics like what Window Kill did. That's 2014, so last year as well. But it has this very unique mechanic with using browser window. Well, I wouldn't say unique, but it's rare. Browser windows to control where the player is. And my game C Ship's kind of like that kind of innovation, except with bigger scope and with story, because Window Kill didn't mostly
You're on
focus on it.
10.
And the third is kind of, I'd say it's kind of like a middling success. But I was researching similar competitors, and I wanted to not make the same mistakes they did. So Shield made MX price higher than reasonable, $15, which is more than Zero Ranger, despite having less content and poor differentiation from the classics. Now, C Ship, it will be a premium game and it will be priced $10 because its polish and production values and scope is between Window Kill and Zero Ranger. So back to the scope slide. Time commitments, I'm working part-time alongside contract work. Marketing strategy would be getting 8K wish list before February next year, 2026. For marketing, I'll focus on YouTube and TikTok Shorts because YouTube has the most Western short audience, as well as influencers on those two platforms. I use Discord as a hub to funnel playtesters and discussions and add weekly screenshots and GIFs. There will also be Blue Sky /X picture game hashtag. And I also visit oceanic trade shows such as PAX, but I also consider overseas events if I had the opportunity. So this is my budget. So right now I've invested 3 months of effort into it, 8K. And this doesn't include localization and internationalization. Into Games estimates mobile port will take 12K for both Android and iOS. And for localization, so there's 7,000 words we estimate in this game. That's roughly 5K for the language localization. We'll target US and Japan, and we'll send online submissions to relevant publishers like PID Games and Graffiti Games, who target small scope games, action indie games like us. We'll avoid releasing major sales, of course, and for our sales strategy, we target seasonal genre New Zealand sales, and maybe even switch to launch. We do DLC for PC Switch, in-app purchases for mobile, and we'll take advantage of the huge community support that Toho has and see if we could try to adopt that for our game with modding support. We'll also consider arcade machines, Toho collabs and art conventions, and that hopefully might give some other potential revenue as well. Now, the game is small scope, but themes, which is based on artificial general intelligence, will only become more relevant in the near future. So with art style that aims to be timeless, we hope this game will be evergreen. So this team is myself. I'll be solo developing this game. I'm a Unity programmer of 5 years. I've previously made puzzler games in the past, like that game on Cartwright about fitting objects in your giant suitcase. And I'm supported by a company I'm co-founder of, Into Games, which is a small indie studio. Into Games has immigrants, New Zealand immigrants from many different places overseas, Philippines. I'm second generation Hong Kong, and we want to bring fresh perspectives to the New Zealand scene. This game on the bottom right, Safe in Custody, is a mobile game about raising teenagers' awareness of arrest rights in Southeast Asia. So the current state. So on through many playtesting rounds, receiving compliments on the art style music, although there's still some gameplay tweaks that I need to do. Besides support for providing localization, etc., it'll be great to have a publisher that's familiar with the Japanese scene, especially shmups. Localization shouldn't be too hard, but it's more like getting in touch with the shmup community. That's important. The other languages, Chinese, due to the competitors also focusing on localizing there, and Korea, because they have a big PC market. It'll also be good if you are familiar with mid-core action mobile games for mobile port, and if you have any preemptive launch plans for Switch 2. In return for your support, 24K part-time or 48K full-time if you want to play Australia, we will provide consistently original gameplay that always be 2 steps ahead of generative AI. All right. Currently, the game's under engine rewrite for a month. If this game suits your portfolio, email me and let's keep in touch. Thanks.
So that came in at 14 minutes 55. Mate, far
Yeah.
too long.
Yeah. All right, let's go right back. Clinton, thank you for that. Yeah, let's get back to your title slide and yeah, perfect. Okay, so what I want to see on here, as I said to everybody else, I want to see logos of, you know, you've got your Unity, your platforms that you're aiming for. Cool. There's a little bit of confusion. Is Into Games pitching or is Clinton pitching?
Oh, I'm Clinton.
Yeah,
So
I know you're Clinton,
I'll be
but
pitching. It's like a kind of like a side project. Well, I won't say side project. It's like a main project under Into Games, except I'm working by myself while the rest of the team does other stuff.
So who would be receiving the funding? Into Games?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine. That then makes it slightly weird later on when you say you're supported by Into Games. So I think we just need to clarify that a little bit. I think as well, you started describing the game on this slide when all we had was the title, and I don't think that's the way to go. So can you go to the next slide for me?
All right.
Sorry, on that note too, no one is going to stop and read your slides.
No. We just have to crack through. So let's go to the next slide. I get what you were saying, and you know, because I've sort of said, oh my God, I'm trying to read everything, but it's like there is no time for people to stop, and it's just awkward if there's silence. So I think your next one was the sort of, it was kind of a scope slide, a scope milestone slide, yeah?
The scope slide?
Yeah, the next slide, please, your second slide.
All right, is this like an intro on the gameplay of the game? And like...
Okay, no, this isn't where you went though. You had a slide before this, right?
don't.
Can you go back one slide? Because what we saw was like you had your milestones and you had your features. And the thing is, the information was there, but this is what I wanted to see as your actual first slide, right? Whereas it wasn't. So this one as well, you talked a lot about more than was on the deck, and it's just a bit dangerous. So you were talking about that, you know, that type of shoot 'em up design, and you were giving me loads of information, but none of it was anywhere in the slides. Also, the imagery on the right, that's from your game. That felt really claustrophobic because I couldn't see the whole screen, right? It was some subset of what your game is, and it was actually just quite uncomfortable. Yeah. So, yeah. So I think it's one of the things that throughout, there was a lot of things that you talked about. And I think to some extent, when you were talking about things, you went down rabbit holes of detail that are very, I'm sure they're very important when you're designing a shmup, but when you're trying to pitch to somebody, it's like, it's information overload, and then none of it was on the slide, right?
I think I counted, and we were at 3 minutes and 50, like 3.5 minutes, and we were still on this intro slide.
Yeah.
Which is, you need to be past that because you've only got 10 minutes, and we've gone over that.
Let's go to the next slide, please, Clinton.
Sorry, next slide.
Just tell me when to stop.
Sorry, we just want to go to the next slide.
Like,
no, that wasn't the next slide.
Which slide specifically, if you know the name?
The gameplay slide. I think it was your. I think you might have had it as slide number 4 listed on yours.
All right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. So this just didn't show things off well enough. You talked about things and it just didn't match up with what you were showing me. This actually seemed like a place where you could, if you were going to have GIFs, that you could have shown this off better. And again, you went off into a whole load of detail that just wasn't on the slide, and it just became quite confusing.
All right.
I think as well, the next slide after this, your slide number 5, which I think was your narrative progression, I feel like this, I would have liked to have seen that slide before that previous one, to give me a bit more context. And again, way too much detail you talked about here. You talked about so much more than you actually have on the slide. I don't know what those insert coins are doing. You're telling me it temporarily mixes up gameplay, and it's like, I don't know why, show me. There's quite a few times as well that you went to great pains to talk about there's no AI generated assets in this project. That's fine, but it seems to be a constant, like you're telling me and you're telling me and you're telling me and you're telling me, and I'm like, I don't know why. Can you go to your sixth slide with your visuals?
Sorry, just on the note, it's again, it's that why are you talking about stuff that's not in your game? Talk about the stuff that is in your game.
Yeah. The visuals here, you had Space War, but you talked about a bunch of other games, and then you didn't have any visual examples of those. And again, because these are cropped screenshots, it felt quite claustrophobic to me. I kind of got it, but it was like not the best sales job. The next one, 7 was your audio. And yeah, it's really difficult to sort of show that off, particularly in a setting where it's going to be loud. So whether you have this in or not is a choice to make, I think. The next slide, number 8, 8
Sorry,
and 9.
just to comment, never embed trailers in these presentations. Again, there's just too many things, and as John said, it can be really loud. And like if you're trying to juggle headphones and you've got a tablet over here that you're presenting, and you're setting yourself up for basically dropping everything and a bit of a fail. So
Yeah.
I would leave this out.
8 and 9, you talked about your competitors. I think you need to collapse this into one slide where you talk about your competitors. I kind of don't care about your players and your revenue. It's like all that tells me is that you've sold none. I want to know about why these players are, like, people who are playing Zero Ranger or Window Kill are going to play Sea Ship, right? And I think on slide 9, you talk about not making the mistakes of
show me the next.
that one. No, you got to paint it as a positive for your game. So you're going to go, oh, we're at a better price than that, and we stand out. Don't insult that title, right? That's not.
I mean, I'm not necessarily insulting. I'm just giving like my thoughts.
No,
it sounded like an
them
insult.
having made mistakes, and don't do that. You can sort of say, hey, paint. They may be mistakes, but you want to paint it as like, oh, we're pricing ourselves, as more affordable. We're pricing, we stand out more than it does, rather than saying they made a mistake. It's just I'm not saying what your goal is correct in terms of how you're painting Sea Ship. It's just about how you tell that story.
All right.
Sorry, another thing too was a few times when you were presenting, you flipped back and forth through slides. You went back. Don't do that. Like it's really disorienting.
Yeah. Just keep moving forward through the slides.
And actually, while we're on this as well, it's a real danger to be pitching a game to fix it. Like I said, 2018. That's old.
Yeah.
It's just there hasn't been a comparable title of this type since 2018. So yeah,
it's a tough message. Okay, let's go on to the next. After this, I think we got to scope again after this one. Yeah, so this was the slide that you had as your very first slide. It works better. It works better here, right? I think the thing is it works. I'm happier with it here. Again, you talked quite a lot over this, and I don't think you needed to. Because we've got the price there. So the one thing that is confusing later on, so you've got a budget of 32K. You're saying there's localization of 7,000 words. That needs to go on that slide, but it's 7,000 words. And I think later on it gets a bit confusing where you're actually talking about different figures like 24 and 48,000. So it's like, so
that's for the remaining production budget to do.
Okay, so the budget, is this what you're asking? Are you asking a publisher for $32,000 or?
No, that's just the budget for the game. The ask is 24K because that's the remaining. Sorry if I'm skipping ahead,
Okay.
but
Yeah, so
like
that's confusing.
very
On this
cheaply.
budget, yeah, the budget slide as well. I don't care how you're sort of breaking it up. Yeah. So I think really what you want is an ask slide, and like so you're looking for 24,000, and then it kind of ties in with that summary slide where it's like these are the platforms, and you like everybody else that we've been through in terms of asking what you want from a publisher or whatever, and just make that a bit clearer. And then
sorry, on the platform note as well, just to reiterate, don't pitch mobile and console Steam at the same time. It doesn't work.
It's very difficult to find a publisher that wants to do mobile and console. So if you're pitching for this, if you're building PC and then you want them to take it to Switch or Switch 2, cool. Again, for the sake of it, I'd put the other platforms on there like PlayStation and Xbox and see if they want to take it. Yeah. Okay. Was the next one your team? So that's you. I would have a picture of you there, and I think supported by Into Games is weird. This is either Into Games are pitching this and they're going to get the money, or it's that came across a bit strange. Maybe get a picture of you there, but yeah, talking about what you've done is fine.
You went off down a rabbit hole talking about safe in custody. You don't have to do that here.
Yeah, too much detail. Okay, and the next one we had the current state. So this is this naming is a bit awkward. I want to see this like as a timeline slide, and then we've got you've got your funding goals. Don't give. You're either looking for 24 or you're looking for 48. Don't give them an option, right? Just choose one, whichever it is, and then turn this and have this as an ask where you want however many $1,000. And then from a publisher, you want QA, marketing, customer support, you want porting to Switch, you want localization. Cool. Yeah. And then your last one, I think, with the contact slide. And do I dare follow your QR code? Do I see it?
It just needs a Steam page. So
okay.
It's all good.
That's all right. Yeah. I mean, I think the main thing is you need to be a lot quicker, and you need to ensure that the key things are on the slide and not missing, because there were so many things that, like you said, I just didn't have time to write down.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Clinton.
Okay.
It's kind of just remember that there's a person on the other side of this, and they have to pass through all this information, and it's their first time with. They obviously don't know the game like you do. So if you're putting yourself in their shoes, they've got to walk away with the salient points, as John's pointed out.
Okay.
All the good stuff, no access. I think Skylar's up next. And we'll
some quick questions though, just before. About the Switch 2, should I mention more about that, or should I just leave as it is?
Put it as Switch 2, sure. Just say, look, you want porting to Switch 2, great, yeah.
Okay. And what about, is anything I'm missing greatly that I should add, or should I just cut stuff at this point? Because nothing I'm missing basically, besides the timeline.
I don't think there's massive missing. It's like reordering, as we said, of the slides, and then making sure that you get through the slides quicker and don't go down as much detail. Don't go down as many rabbit holes. Right. I mean, it's very clear to me you're very, very passionate about shmups, and that's great. But like first meeting, you just get so little time with people. So.
All right. Well, thanks for the feedback.
Great. Thank you, Clinton.
Oh, we might make this one the last one of the day.
Skylar, I think it's you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Share your screen and we can get into it.
Yeah. Cool. Can you see my screen?
We can see a Google.
Oh, wrong screen. Hold up. Actually, I can just drag. Cool. Is that better?
No. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, I'll count you in.
Sweet.
3, 2, one, go.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Skylar. I represent Kitty Wampus today, and I'm here to pitch to you Bashful Adoration. And Bashful Adoration is a 3D platformer featuring bombastic combat, a lighthearted narrative, and it centers around witches who are struggling over sharing a mutual crush. And also included with this platformer section are casual PvP fighting game modes, where you're able to play with your friends with 2 to 4 players in split screen action. So just a little summary, just getting straight to the point. These are our target platforms for PC, the Switch, PlayStation, Xbox. Some genres there. We go for a single player campaign, and we also include PvP multiplayer. And we're looking at a premium price model. Cool. So just to differentiate our modes a little bit more, so as mentioned before, there's a story mode and a PvP mode. The story mode, as the name suggests, focus more on like a narrative and a platforming adventure. And the PvP mode, it's kind of like a party game, so you can get together some friends. It has a low barrier of entry, but a higher skill ceiling for players who want to improve their skills. Cool. And so this is kind of how gameplay works. So it centers around bashing your rivals away. You can charge up your attack with your broom and launch them, kind of like Smash Bros. In a 3D space. You have a dash. You can dash into battle to close the distance on enemies and platforms. You can use your broom to fly around in the sky. So if you're hit away by an enemy, you can fly back, and this also works as kind of like a recovery option. And our environment is reactive and physics-based, so almost everything you see around you can be bashed around and hit into your enemies. And the goal with these mechanics is that they are easy to understand, but mastering them requires more skilled play by like combining the different mechanics and kind of giving the player the opportunity to express themselves through their movement and combat choice. Cool. So for our look and feel, we're going for a chibi anime-inspired art style, very colorful, very soft, emphasis on the cute factor. We want to give players a magical world, so it takes advantage of the fantastical setting with magic islands, magic schools, all that kind of stuff. And it's a lighthearted adventure, so it's got inviting environments, warm, endearing characters, and we wanted to just make a really good, heartfelt, feel-good journey. Cool. And this is kind of our game loop for the single player. There's a hub world where players are able to purchase skins, talk to NPCs, and take on optional side quests. But then the main story triggers when you talk to a specific NPC, which will be laid out on the map, and that's when the story begins. And so we have kind of context we give to the player through dialogue interactions or cutscenes, and then they go into the actual gameplay, meaty gameplay sections where they're doing platform and combat sections. And so the rewards and stuff you earn inside these sections, the levels, you are able to redeem them and use them to purchase things in the hub world, and then kind of like loops like that. Yeah. And so for our PvP mode, this is just an example of one of the game modes we like to showcase the most. It's kind of like a simple payload game mode where the crush is the payload, and you have to stay within his radius until he reaches the objective, and you're bashing away the other enemies to keep them away from the man of your dreams. And we have other game modes as well, such as like a football Rocket League inspired mode, classic deathmatch, and capture points. Cool. So what I think our current unique selling points are our broom-centered mechanics. So all the movement and combat mechanics kind of center around the broom. You're flying on it, you're hitting people with it, you're casting spells with it, and it has a real emphasis on speed and impact. So making the broom feel as punchy as possible, as strong as possible is our goal for that. 3D Smash Bros. So it borrows a lot of elements from the franchise, including launching enemies, and there's like the percentage system as well, which builds up the more you take damage. But we kind of twist it, and it's in a 3D space with more like platformer-like movement. And it's a story about witches and love. So I think our theming with like, all these witches fighting over the same crush is quite a cute theme. People can instantly kind of get a chuckle out of it. And we do want to kind of flip the seemingly shallow premise into a more heartfelt narrative. But at the end of the day, it's just going to be heartfelt and feel good. Cool. And the audience we're targeting here are 3D platformer fans, so players who enjoy to express themselves with movement, to give themselves moderate challenge, and lots of collectibles around the levels to get. Anime and witch fans, so fans of magical worlds, creatures, spells, and all presented in a very cutesy art style. And party game fans, so people who just like to play some casual games with their friends, low barriers of entry, but can get pretty competitive. These are the 3 comparable titles that share certain features to our game. So Ahead in Time has easy to learn, hard to master movement mechanics, a very cute mascot character. Penny's Big Breakaway has abilities themed to the yo-yo, similar to how we have our abilities themed to the broom. And Frogun is a very casual experience littered with lots of collectibles. But the key differentials, oh, can't say that. The key differences from our game and their games are the kind of physics-based destruction, more of an emphasis on combat with kind of different moves and combos, which aren't necessary to learn, but they're there. So the combat is a bit deeper, and also additional PvP modes, which is a package you don't often see. Cool. This is just a very brief bare bones timeline. We're currently in our single player pre-production, and we want to aim to get a vertical slice for at least 1 level, kind of like get a really strong proof of concept done by Q2 2025. And then after that, we'll be building levels for single player and PvP. And then by the end of the year, we want a publisher demo finished and begin the localization and porting to lead up to the release next year. And for our publishing ask, we're primarily looking for marketing support, porting, and localization. And our target markets and word counts are there. Cool. This is our team. We're pretty new to indie development, but we're all very passionate. We all believe in the project, and I think we've got a very strong team. Yeah. And yeah, thank you for your time.
So that came in at 6:42. So you can actually afford to take it a little bit slower if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much, Skylar. You know how it goes. Let's go back to the title slide and we'll kick off right there.
Yep.
Cool. Great. Thank you. So I'm trying to look. I think I've got all the logos on there. We've got a version and we've got a date.
It's got everything.
It has got everything. The one thing that I would say, the one thing that's a little bit difficult is your logo type for Bashful Adoration is just a little bit difficult to read for me.
Okay.
I think that could do with being clearer. It almost gets a bit lost. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Yeah, so it looks really, it's difficult to read. I know what you're doing with the A with the witch's hat, but it's just sort of awkward. Look, this is great. I mean, like seeing, I think, did I see this? Were you showing this at New Zealand GDC this year?
Yes, I did actually.
Yes,
the
I
game
think so. I think I saw it when I was there. So look, it's great that you've got so much in-game art to put in there. I appreciate you're sort of further along than some of the folks here, and it really helps to be able to see it. Yeah, look, this was a pretty nice, pretty clear slide for me.
I have a question. Is it online multiplayer or is it just local?
It's just local.
Okay. So
you want to mention that it's local
let's
because
be clear
otherwise
about
it's not.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to come to that later, but you're absolutely right. I mean, you do say it's split screen action, but like, yeah, 2 to 4 local players, and that's that is what it is. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Next one, please. So yeah, this is. I thought this was good.
I would remove the links out because no one's going to click on them, particularly presenting live.
Yeah, it's not really helping. Yeah. Okay, the next one, I think we talked about your story mode versus PvP. So that's cool. Is the story mode, is that still is that the single player mode?
Yes.
Okay, so let's make it clear that that's the single player mode.
Yeah.
So I can't bring friends into play that, and that's fine. It's like that's cool. But like, let's just be clear about that. I like that. I think the one thing is if you can make those screenshots bigger, because you've got some nice imagery to show there. And I think particularly with the split screen with 4, it's just I've got to squint just a little bit. You've got space. You can rearrange that slide. You can make your screenshots bigger, and you can sell the fact that like, hey, look, this is how good we look already. Which I think, you're in that position. Fantastic. All right.
Okay, cool.
Next slide, please. Okay. These, I don't know what it is. These screenshots look blurred to me. And again, I would like to see them bigger. However you can lay it out. Like if it means that we lose the 2 characters at the bottom, left and right, that's a sacrifice I'm prepared to make. Because I think, you know, you've got bold words and phrases and stuff which are cool, and it's like I just want to see, I want to see more clearly what you've got, because you've got stuff to show me.
Yeah.
The statement core mechanics are easy to understand, but mastering and combining each aspect, that's every game ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like
That
you could
doesn't need to be
lose
there at
that
all.
whole, you could lose those characters at the bottom and then you've got more space to jiggle around and make those screenshots bigger to sell each of these 4 panels.
Okay. Yeah,
Cool.
makes sense.
Great. Was it look and feel next, I think?
Yep.
Okay. Again, the same thing. It's like let's get this bit. Is that screen from your game? That the one above Chibi Anime?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, those again screenshots.
Yeah, just make it bigger and make it like show off the art, which is the key selling point of this game.
This is it. Yeah, this is, you know, if anything, like you're going to drag people in with the quality of the art, and it's too small.
Okay.
So,
yeah, makes sense.
Right.
Cool.
Your loops were next, I think.
Yeah.
Except they were really awkward loops. The way that you've laid that out is so awkward to me. I kind of, you've got like it's an L shape. It's like a turn. It's like, why is it not just an arrow from one image to the next? It just, you know, because the one at the bottom is fine. And then that middle one where you've got trigger story episode, there's so little in that image. Can you get a better one? Because it's bigger than the one on the left, which looks pretty, right? So find better screenshots for that. Make the arrows like sort of run, you know, image to image, and then the bottom is fine. And then that is better. And again, this is the game loop. Make it clear that this is the game loop of the story mode, right?
Okay. Yeah.
The single player. Because then we went to the next slide, which I think was your PvP. It's labeled as PvP game loop. Is it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one.
Cool.
Yeah. And so it's like, oh,
yeah.
And this isn't a PvP mode example. This is your PvP game loop, right?
Okay.
And so again, let's have the arrows go through and have it loop back. This stuff at the bottom, okay, interesting, but let's not. These 2 images and stuff are not part of the loop at the top, and let's somehow separate them, whether it's off on the left or up above or something.
Have a different slide showing other game modes, and that's obviously the stuff that you're still working on. Yeah.
Yeah, and these would be other PvP game modes. So like,
and you've got the space because you've got the time to go and do it. So just have another slide and we're in the process of adding football and deathmatch and capture. I would rename deathmatch.
Yeah,
it's not the right game to have a deathmatch in.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, last witch standing. I don't know, whatever. But again, that's where you can sort of say, you know, you can have that whole kind of like, hey, pick up a controller and join the game, all on the same TV kind of thing. You know, sell it because it's like. Because you're not doing online, and I understand why you're not doing online, because like, how hard would you like your life to be? It's like, sell it as like, hey, this is a game you play with your friends, you play with your family. It's all, you know, together.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Go next, which is your USP. I have a sharp intake of breath when you mention Smash Brothers, just because it's such a big behemoth. I'm not sure if you need this slide at all. Right?
I'm going to say straight out, go and Google how many witch games there are right now, because if you tell me that that a story about witches and love is unique, I'm sort of calling BS on that, because there are so many right now.
Okay.
I would be tempted to remove this slide and see, like when you read it through, whether it actually makes a difference. Because like the USP, I would kind of want to be earlier in the deck. But also, it's like, I don't think it's necessarily a positive for you. I don't think it's helping. I think if you remove this slide, no one except us will ever know it was there, Skylar, and we won't tell.
Okay.
To give you some idea, we see pitches for witch games a lot at the moment. It's just a cultural vibe that's currently in.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Target audience, I think, was your next slide.
Yep.
Yeah, look, it's fine. I was more interested in the slide that followed it, which was your comparable titles.
Okay.
So if we go to that one, the next slide. Yeah. So I think the titles are interesting. I think the way that you've laid it out is just a bit kind of awkward. So as I remember it, I played Penny's Big Breakaway. It's only single player, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, it's, you know, the way that I prefer to do it is to talk about each title and say, like, well, what have you got that they don't? And the sort of the fight that you win with Penny's Big Breakaway is that you've got single player story, but you've also got like all these, you know, these co-op games for couch co-op. And so you compare it on, so you sort of have this is how we win against each title, or this is, you know, so the things that people will like, you know, like, so your art style and your, you know, blah, 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 are why people might be attracted. But then, hey, we've also got, you know, we've got co-op, we've got, you know, you've got couch co-op. I think doing those for each, obviously I'm very glad that you've not given me like sales figures or whatever, because I think you all know how I feel about those now. Yeah, so I think just restructuring this, I think the titles are fine, and it's like what battle can you win against each of them?
Yeah.
Would be the way to sort of to couch it.
Cool.
I just don't think we get, like, you've got that little bit of key differentials, and it's like, but it's like, you know, you want to say, oh, look, you know, Penny's Big Breakaway doesn't have like co-op. Oh, we've got some great co-op games. Great, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
And again, I would sort of remove the easy to learn, hard to master stuff again, because it's such a cliche.
Okay.
Levels are linear and include optional collectibles. I would be switching that around and going optional. I would put collectibles enhance replay value. Linear gameplay right now, I mean, I get it, right? You've got this colossal sandbox of multiplayer stuff that you can add in, but even the linear bits have replay. Like, replay is everything right now. I wouldn't be pitching a game on the market unless I was sure that I had some sort of replay mechanic built into it.
Okay. Cool. Got it. Thank you.
Next one, please, Skylar.
Yeah.
It's your timeline.
Yep.
So, yeah, I saw this game last year, so I know you started before Q1 2025.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me when you really started, and I mean that from the point of view of, you know, we look at this, it's like, if you're saying all of this came just this year, I'm going to cry bullshit, because I know it's not. So tell me when you really started. And part of that is because I don't want anybody to, like, if you go for funding and somebody goes, hey, we're fully funding you. It's like, no, you've put in all this time, you've put in all this effort. And I think having that background of, like, you know, did this start as a student project, Skylar?
Yes, it did.
And that's fine. Hey, we were all at whatever college, we built this game, we blah, blah, blah. You showed this. I know you showed this at New Zealand GDC. Why are you not telling me that? And it's like, New Zealand GDC isn't the biggest event in the world by any means, but you've actually had this out with the public. This isn't just, you know, something you've all made in isolation.
And for goodness sake, put a photo of people playing it at NZGDC.
Okay.
And not to relate it to a pitch deck, but just a handy hint. Go and make sure that your school that you are attending has no ownership over the IP and in their course clones.
Yeah, they don't, thankfully.
Do you have that in writing?
In writing? No, just word, I guess.
Get it in writing.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be, this timeline is going to be across a couple of lines, and you'll lose some pretty, you know, like your characters, whatever. But it's like having those details about where it came from, you've shown it here, you've done whatever, is actually just really important.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sweet. Cool. And the next one was your ask. So you don't need any money to finish this game, Skylar? You found $500,000 down the back of the sofa?
No, not really, but I think at least for today, I didn't really know what a good example would be.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you're looking, you know, what is I'm sure you're looking for some money, and that's when you work that out, whatever.
Yeah.
You're not looking for marketing support, you're looking for marketing, you're looking for porting, you're looking for localization. Glad to see that you're talking about like word count and languages. I would say it would probably go to more than that.
EFIX at least. Yeah.
And then again, I would have on here, like, whether it's as a summary slide or whatever, have your, like, this is when we're going to launch, this is the price, so that it's all on the same slide, so they can go, oh, and like your rating, you're probably an E for everyone, right? Because it's, you know, I don't know, unless there's some secret blood and gore you've not told us about.
It's in the death match.
It's,
True,
absolutely.
yeah. R18 only mode. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And the next slide, please. So the team, look, that's cool. I need something about what you've done. You know, it's like the fact if you're just, you know, if just you started making this as students, if none of you have worked anywhere, that's fine. Just say so. Give us the history of like, oh, look, you know, we started working together on this, blah, 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 blah. Do you need more people? Is this going to be the team that's going to finish the game? Or are they going to be...
That's it's planned to be the team, yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. Next one. And slide. Yeah. Yeah, the link, me. Do I dare scan your QR code?
I think it's also just the Steam.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah.
Probably just put your full name with Skylar.
And your title, just so they know who they're contacting.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, look, it's, you know, you're in. It's great to see you've got as much art as you can actually show, which you know is a rarity in a lot of these workshops. So that's really nice to see.
Cool.
And please go and get the release of the IP in writing, because it's good not being sued.
Yeah, got it. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Skylar.
Thank you.
Good job.
Closing remarks, questions. We are at 5:30. But just anything that anyone also, or John, any observations?
No, I mean, I obviously thank you to everybody that's turned up, and I think Alexander, we didn't get to you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Alexander, if you want to set up a pitch, a one-on-one with myself and your local RCM, or two-on-one, then I'm happy to go and take a look at your pitch.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, listen, thank you to everybody who has come to pitch. I know, like for some folks, it was their first, and it's horrifying, and I can only promise you that next time it will be better. Always really appreciate the openness, and please, everything that you know me and V is telling you in here is to try and make your pitch better, right? So it's not. I do try and be quite blunt and quite direct in this, just so that I'm not misunderstood. But it's not a criticism of you. It's not a criticism of your game. It really is to try and make you better. So the next time you do it, you're in better shape. Whether it's back here, some folks come back for a second time in the workshop. Olivier, I know you've been here before. And look, the bit that's really so pleasing is just to see the change in like that deck is a world away from what you did the first time, right?
I think Clinton has a question.
Yeah, my first deck was just you know, like images from Google, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. So and Clinton.
Yeah, a question about the pitching scene. Has there been any recent improvements or any changes, given that
the world is on fire?
I say political changes, but not just that, but in the format as well. Any new updates that we should know about or be wary of?
So I went out to we went out to Gamescom last year. It's the last major event we're doing, and obviously we're priming for GDC at the moment. John's right, pitching at the end of the world. Like in terms of okay, are we in a more optimistic state than where we were last year? Actually, yes. Code is seeing more games being signed. We see a steady stream at the moment of stuff going through. So everything, like we did get a nice surprise a couple of weeks ago with a game that I didn't think was going to get signed, actually got signed. Yeah. And that was someone who came to this very workshop for the first time in February last year.
Yeah. And I think, you know, what I see is there is more and more interest in games from New Zealand because of things like Dredge, Abiotic Factor, and others that like folks are like, Code is a very known quantity now, and you are all very lucky to have Code, to have the advice that you get from Code and the support that you get from Code. And so publishers are well aware of it. And that's why if they see a Code logo on the front on the deck, they know that it's like, oh, hang on a minute, we need to look at this. And you know, V like a code. At GDC, you know, you've got the Representing Games deal happening again, where like
and Gamescom for that matter as well. So we have a standing deal with them now. So at least for the next year or two, that we're going to be doing those sessions every time, where you get an unprecedented opportunity. So this is why it feels like tough love sometimes. But standing like last year at GDC, we had 50 publishers, scouts, and investors in the room. This year, the numbers and the signups that we're getting, we had 35 signed up 2 weeks ago. So I'm assuming it's going to be the same sort of number. We'll monitor how GDC is going. Very much just something that like in terms of the scene and everything. So when we came out of the pandemic, there was a lot of 200K advanced publishing contracts kicking around. I won't say they were easy to get, but they were there. So the number has shrunk right down, and it's gone to 500K is the kind of the sweet spot figure at the moment. Yes, you can go further if you have more credibility. It depends on different relationships, all that sort of stuff. The thing I would urge everyone is not to do is sell yourself short. If you need 200K, get 200K. If you need 500K, go for that figure. And then it's your experience level that really dictates what comes next after when you start getting 6, 7, go through to 1 million and beyond. The other thing that's a really interesting trend at the moment, I don't know if anyone else has been watching this, Game Discover Co. Look at gamesindustry.biz and gamedeveloper.com. AAA, AA, that's all in a huge amount of trouble. So where's the smart money going? Smaller projects, low risk.
Yeah, and indie games is, I've said it before, I've probably said it at New Zealand GDC, indie games is where I think all the innovation and the exciting things are coming from. You know, I mean, sure, if PlayStation brought out a new Uncharted game or Last of Us, I'd be excited. But like outside of that, everything that I'm excited about is indie games, and they're quirky little indie games. And I think that's great. And then you look at the things, it's like, you know, Balatro. Could you get any more quirky and indie than that? And it's not to say you're all going to be the next Balatro, but it's like that's where it's just where the innovation is. It's where all the exciting things in games are happening, is with indie games, which is why I love working in this space, because, you know, you can see things and go, oh, that's going to be cool. You know, and it's before I was working with Team 17, before they signed Dredge, before I was working with Black Soul Games, I saw Dredge on Twitter and I'm like, there's something about that. And, you know, that's been, I mean, Nadia announced a while ago. I mean, they've done over 2 million sales now, which is just awesome. Yeah, in indie games where it's at, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, genuinely.
I can't talk to the exact sales figures that Abiotic's done, but it's sold many hundreds of copies, and that was done for quite a bit less than $1 million.
Yeah. Cool. Listen, thank you so much for sharing. I'm excited for all of your games and to see how you go. And I hope today has been useful and not too painful. And yeah. If I've made any of you cry, I don't know whether that's achievement unlocked or not. I'm not sure, B. But yeah, it's not the goal of it anyway. But all right, take care, folks. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jordan V.